Telephone party, attention!
Lest we forget.
Please remain standing for the New Zealand National Anthem to be performed today by Private Hetty Adams from the New Zealand Army Band.
Telephone party, general salute! Present! Out!
And please, ladies and gentlemen, please keep standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed today by Able Seaman Laura Kendall from the Royal Australian Navy Band.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is set by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
and rousing. How blessed we are. Medals on full display around the terraces in the stand. What an occasion to try to rise to. The applause for the welcome to country, perhaps a response to what's happened elsewhere around the country today. A profound silence and then a mighty roar for the celebration of who we are as a people and the national game that's about to take place in front of us.
Still shivering a little, Darren, I got to say. Gary Lyon and Jason Dunstall are alongside us, only minutes away from the opening bounce. Well, let's get down for a last word from right down to the boundary with Sarah Jones and David King before Jason and Gary had the last word from upstairs.
Thanks, Hutto. David King, that was sensational. Spine-tingling stuff down here. The roar at ground level was phenomenal.
Hard not to get emotional, really, to be fair. It was an amazing national anthem by both performers. You can just sense the start of this game is going to be hot. It's going to be on. Players have been building for a long time for this first 5 minutes.
Let's head upstairs where the best callers in the business are going to call the lights out on this one for Fox Footy.
All right, folks, just before we get up there to the commentators, I want to say welcome in, everybody. Happy Anzac Day, of course. We're at the big game here. Collingwood taking on Essendon. I'm saying go Pies because I'm a Collingwood supporter, but good luck to all the Bombers supporters out there. This should be an absolute cracker, of course. There's a little bit of drizzle rain as we speak there at the moment before the bounce of the ball. I just wanted to show the folks the ins and outs of this team so far. Just before we get into it, there is your lineup for the Anzac Day clash. Of course, Dan Houston, Tim Membry, Lachlan Sullivan come in for the Magpies. Going out, Darcy Moore with when he got clipped on his ear. Mason Cox and Edward Allen going out. For the Bombers, coming in, Kyle Langford, Todd Goldstein replacing Sam Draper with injury. Looks like he's out for quite some time. And Saad El Howley is going out. But there are your teams. I just wanted to show you those prior to the start. All right, folks, let's get back down to the action. Good luck to both teams. The coin toss is being tossed, and of course, Nick Dacos, captaining the Magpies, wins the toss today and will be kicking left of screen. All right, folks, that's enough of me. Let's get down to the game. Enjoy this big Anzac Day game clash in front of a crowd of about 95,000 people. Good luck to all.
Football career.
We expect so much from him, Gaz. Even he would be nervous addressing the troops here prior to a game like this.
Walking up that race, Jason, I don't know if you saw that. I'm sure you saw those shots. Those big LEDs that got up their race made that a haunting experience. And those shots will go with him and stay with him forever. This is a big moment in his young career. We've talked a lot about Collingwood because they are the premiership favourites and the form team of the competition. So what can Essendon bring to the table right here? Zach Merritt leads this side brilliantly. He's not interested in individual honour anymore. He's all about what they can do. Sam Durham is as competitive as any footballer in the competition. They're going to drag a few along for the ride with them. The centre bounce crew is going to include Jordan De Goey. So they've gone with maximum experience there.
A couple of old hands inside bottom and Pendlebury.
They're throwing them all in. So Durham's in there with Shield and also Zach Merritt with Goldstein and Cameron to go against it. That's going to be massive. Taco goes to the goal square. He's got Maynard. Welcome to Anzac Day footy, young man.
It all leads to this for Essendon and Collingwood, rain or shine. It's a day and a match like no other. And we begin with the ball tossed up in the air. Cameron and the returning Goldstein. And the umpire gets involved straight away.
So Nick Dacos started at half forward, picked up by Redmond. Now there's a handoff and, Ben Mackay's got him. That is dangerous.
In his 100th game, Mackay. Side bottom set sail. Flyover takes place. The ball came off hands through Membry and then Pendlebury and De Goey. Clean bowls McStay. And knocked safe to safety by Goldstein. The umpire says that's okay. And the ball is over the line and out of bounds.
I think Jordan Ridley got a little bit lucky on that one coming in. He thought it was going to float over the top of Membry, but could have been a mark and a shot for goal instead.
Rain falling. Goldstein and Cameron. Pendlebury came through. Goldstein, McCreary. Jagged it out. Dacos. Just see how difficult it is to keep your feet, to make the right decision. Shield gets it out, but it's coming on return. Maynard. It was the other option to be the captain today as the vice-captain, Adam Myercheck. Tough for Pryor in his first Anzac Day experience. Redmond Umpires' interpretations about holding the ball are going to be interesting too, aren't they?
The conditions are making it interesting, Hutto. So you just got to play percentage early. We know that Essendon like to possess the footy, but just play percentages. Dacos is no hard tag at the minute.
Ruckman go to work. Cameron to Pendlebury in close confines. Taken high.
Oh.
No free kick. Ball spits out to the goal front. DeGoey has it. He doesn't have the snap. But shoved as he let it go. So umpiring matches the conditions. A bit of anything goes early.
Yeah,
Is there a high contact here?
No question.
Not only minimal.
Momentarily.
I thought DeGoey had a case, though, for pushing the back as he kicked it.
Merritt gives it plenty, but the Pies are well stocked. Cameron, best ruckman for intercept marking. And he's done it here in the forward half, which is a big bonus for Collingwood. A little handoff to Maynard again. Kicks it low to Dacos from outside 50. Oh, yes! How's that brightness? Captain of Collingwood.
It's quite extraordinary, Jace.
How does he sit free there,
Well,
guys?
I've been watching him since the opening bounce, and he has had no real designated opponent. Redmond has loosely taken responsibility. I talked about the handover to Ben Mackay of all people before, but they just fall back. So there's Nick Dacos, the best player in the competition, standing on his own, 52 metres out from goal at the start of a match. It's extraordinary. Now he's going to start inside 50 again. Let's see whether there's an adjustment made, because so far he's had Redmond, he had Mackay in the handover, and maybe there was a bit of Ridley at some stage. So does Andrew McGrath say, look, I'll take responsibility for him while he's there, but he's got his hands full with Bobby Hill, so Redmond it is.
Collingwood first out for Nick Dacos. Pendlebury tried to get it to DeGoey. Goldstein has a touch. Durham's going to give Essendon's forwards a look. Langford on the return over the top. Maynard didn't take the mark. Side bottom had it loose underneath. Josh Dacos. It was tipped away by Gresham. Chris handled it well. Josh Dacos. Maynard run down. Josh off the ground. DeGoey keeps the momentum going Collingwood's way. Membry sets himself underneath. Mackay from the side. Hard to mark. Ridley and Shield working around. Langford missed his target. Hobbs tidies it up. Langford gets a fresh look. Goldstein camped inside for him. Shield on the bust through the middle. He flopped the kick though short. And Houston to clear for the Pies.
Returning for the Maggies, Hattie identifies McCreary, and you can hear the Collingwood cheer as he comes forward, and there is a clear way to go. DeGoey. The pressure only came after it took the mark. Has Dacos to his left. The more sizable targets are deeper. There's multiple leads. He didn't seem completely sure, but Tim Membry read the incoming ball. The waiting was just right.
Finding plenty of space. This time it was DeGoey pushing forward just outside 50, hitting the uncontested mark, and then he just had to pick the right options. That's the missed opportunity. So they overused a little bit. Langford went for an ambitious hand pass, which was a bit too hard. I thought Shield did everything right. He tucked it under the arm, he took ground, and he just had to deliver the ball, but completely miskicked it. And we know they get burned on turnovers.
Kicked his 300th goal a couple of weeks ago. Was managed last week. His first Anzac Day experience at the MCG begins with a goal. His trademark accuracy brought to the G. Collingwood, what a start. Tim Membry has experienced Anzac Day footy before, can you believe, in Wellington.
Yes.
In the early days of his career, but that was something else.
A great traditional clash in Wellington. So the concern is what you talked about, Jace. They've taken 5 uncontested marks already, Collingwood. So you can't coach for the mistake that Seal made. So you just, as you called, you did everything right, but then just shanked it. And then you've got to be good enough to make them pay. And Collingwood in this mood, in this form, will make you pay. 5 uncontested marks already in this game to none, and owning the footy and owning territory.
The league's oldest team, Collingwood, against the second youngest Essendon. Experiences serving the Magpies well. At the bounce, Cameron put it down to the side. Nick Dacos had gone into the middle and he's going to receive it. Sports Pendlebury and instead gives it to Josh, who works the Pies forward again. Long drifted forward from the stoppage. Hills his target. Elliott a hand in. Elliott trying to work it out the back. McGrath was awake to the danger. Langford has to go. It eludes him to the boundary.
Oh,
there you go.
It's gone out a metre in front of Kyle Langford when they play that. It's extraordinary. But that's the modern game, isn't it?
Cameron gives a bit of ground to Josh Dacos. He brings it back where it came from. Lipinski, always spoken about as by his teammates as the unsung hero in this team. Maynard.
There's too much room, Jace.
Yeah.
Like that's the 9th uncontested mark. There's too much space.
Josh Dacos takes that space ahead of him and he'll give the forwards a look. Up they go, and Mackay stood his ground in defence. He had friend and foe against him.
So let's see how they can move the footy, Hutto. So from one end to the other's been an issue against this side.
Martin might be their best hope. It's a pretty small target in the end with Jones surrounded by 2 pies. Crisp on his big day. His games equal record in 244th consecutive. Takes it over the line and out of bounds. Things to think about at a very early stage for Brad Scott, that's for sure. Goldstein and Cameron. Dersma in the right place. Sends them forward, but Howe marshalling the troops back there in the absence of Moore. Forward handball, Perkins was good, but Jones didn't want to go right. He returned in such a splash last week with 6 goals. Kako, Perkins, and it drips over the line, literally.
So seeing this clearance game at the moment, which has been all important. It's very even at the moment, but the ability to score from clearance. They did really well in this game last year in this space, the Bombers.
They would dearly love one to get a foothold in the game. Cameron controlled fronts and against rights. So nothing for the Bombers to be able to build from inside 50. And Howe, after the rare aerial error, has gone for Quaynor. Langford did well, and it opens possibilities. Jones and Langford conspire. Kick up to full forward. Wright's got 2 against him. It won't matter. Judge the drop zone perfectly.
Well, we saw him play an exceptional game last week, kicked the 6 goals, taking some great marks. He's 1 against 2. And he's got the ruckman, Darcy Cameron, standing right in front of him. Just a little bit of early contact. It was nothing, no frills, the kick in from Langford. Just a little bit of early contact pushes him out of the way.
The full complement of coaches' votes on return last week. Peter Wright. His aim is true enough. And the Bombers had their first.
You saw that ball come in and you thought, oh, well, there's Darcy Cameron, and Hutto's already told us is as good behind the footy as anyone in the competition. And then you had Josh Dacos.
Who didn't fly.
And his mistake was I think he thought that Darcy Cameron was just going to do what Darcy Cameron does. And this is a really good turnover. This is where they want to turn the footy back over the Bombers. It's so hard to play against Collingwood, so hard to move the ball. So there's Josh gets caught under the footy, really. And well timed by Peter Wright, but that win the ball back at half forward is going to be critical, Chief, because going from one end to the other against this side is near impossible.
Can he be a threat in the wet? Peter Wright, that's a great start. He's having a rest. Back in the middle, Goldstein, probably beaten by Cameron on the tap, but it falls Essendon's way. Centre field, got the handball going. Durham knocked down, broken up by side bottom, and turns tackler, and fierce tackler at that. Look at the way they have buried, I think it's Dersma under there. Absolutely buried in the damp MCG turf. Goldstein that time protected the drop. Dacos, the hands were nifty enough. Side bottom, got through the tackle, and out the other side, there was Long, there was Dacos the second. To go in Long, so now Roberts has to tackle. They get closer to goal. Houston, Perryman, a Collingwood fan as a kid, wouldn't be dealing with this moment. Oh, he's a big pie now. Harry Perryman puts through the Pies third.
Well, you talk about ball movement for opposition teams, the challenge. Just have a look at the chain of handballs here in these conditions. So straight away this game they said, oh, you're going to blaze away and go long in the wet. No, they're going to go short and pick the eyes out of it. But the chain of handballs before even this to get themselves in this position. So yes, the rain's coming down, but I tell you what, the Pies are making a mockery of it. Controlling the footy by foot, 10-1 uncontested mark. So maybe Essendon think, oh yeah, the rain's come, I'll fall back in the goal square. But no, they take what they've given. And then this chain, that from De Goey, he was done cold then.
The impressive part of the chain of handballs, though, is most of them were under pressure and given to a player immediately under pressure who was strong enough to ride the contact.
So they had support with him, Chief, which was key.
McStay went high in the ruck. They fight for it underneath. Long Combines with side bottom. Back to the 50. Mackay had first purchase, didn't mark. Myercheck kept it alive. Elliott the same mission. Redmond having none of it. Slapped it onto the boot. Took the territory. Langford grapples. Knocked away by Perryman. Quayner's there first. Frampton under pressure. Kako did enough with Langford, and now the race goes back. Caddy couldn't quite make contact. And Perryman with a neat touch. Josh Dacos and Quayner are now crisp on a record-equaling day. He's gone for Myercheck, who was in a long wrestle. He gave away the free kick to Mackay.
Takes that and aims up through the middle. Goldstein, Jones has got enough space to be dangerous. Houston got a hand in, and how important that was. The boot employed by Jones, but Howe had left his man and summed it up well. Houston again, returned from suspension. It got too tall for Hoskin Elliott, but it sits nicely for Lipinski. Elliott ready and waiting. Served it back to Lipinski. On the build again, Membry the fumble, suits Reed, who really fell in his lap, and he was able to take it over Zachary.
Irrepressible. Their movement, their willingness, the kick that went over the back worked in the end, but they've got no issue getting a ball from defensive 50 deep into their attack.
McStain, Goldstein link up. Goldstein clean tap. Good pressure from Nick Dacos. Durham though to Hobbs, and back to Durham. He's going to try to knock it on and help out Jones. It didn't work. Lipinski offloaded him. Missed long. Hobbs cannoning through. Went without it. Gresham and Setterfields. It's a kick without any real penetration. Perryman's dropped the mark. He's got plenty of support. Frampton and Howe. Kick on into the middle for Quayner. Now the possibilities open up. Josh Dacos just knocking up, getting it. This is disposal number 10. Long's his target. He set him a task. Martin the spoil. Ground ball. Side bottom, put his head over it. Hobbs did the same. Long just hacked it forward. Nick's got it again. Steadies himself. And the captain comes up with a behind.
They really don't care where they put the ball at the moment, Collingwood. They have this unerring faith that they will get numbers there to make it contest and to keep surging the ball forward. And then they created a goal-scoring opportunity out of absolutely nothing.
Josh has had 10, and Nick Dacos is the highest-rated player on the ground.
Well, they are 1 and 2 for disposals at Collingwood, as they have been for the last 3 years. Reid favours the members' side as the target. He goes up, Reid. He can't quite drag it in, but did well at ground level and got it off to Hobbs. And now Setterfield. Things opened up. He had to kick it quickly in the end. Made life more difficult than it needed to be. Dersma feeding it through Perkins. Back to Caddy. His first experience on this big day. And he sprays the kick into the crowd.
So early days, this Essendon front half have got to become harder to play against. So they've got to work harder at keeping the ball in here, stopping the transition. This bloke's having a key role, playing a key role in this, Josh Dacos.
Thriving at half-back. His 11th disposal. Big clump of players. And one of the big men there from the Bombers was Goldstein, who puts a fist into it and charges off the ground for his first rest, to be replaced by Peter Wright, who's going to go straight into the ruck.
Plus 22 for disposals, plus 22 for uncontested possession, plus 4 inside 50 for the Magpies. So the 13 points might be a bad result for them for Essendon.
Hunker down against the rain. Right to the front. Side bottom's going to scoop it up. Give them a look. Bobby Hill low down. Slipped past. Membry couldn't keep it in. Slip and slide across the MCG turf. Craig McRae will like what he's seen so far. His captain has led the way. And Scott's got alterations to make. Right for Setterfield. Won't clear the area. Delivers it straight to side bottom. The season the veteran has started with. He plays on quickly to his great mate Pendlebury.
I think he was shooting for Bobby.
Yeah, we had 2 of them there. It's just a matter of taking the ball cleanly. It looks like they've only gained about 7 or 8 yards, but umpire deemed it was a 15-metre kick.
But again, Jace, you called it. Look, there's 2 of them. So where's the awareness of this Essendon side on this big day? 14 uncontested marks to 3, and they had the choice of 2 again inside 50.
Scott Pendlebury, he's the living history of this day. His 18th time in the match. And he's missing.
It's a switch-on component. Like, I know that's old school, Jace, but this one-on-one maybe for right now for 5 minutes for Essendon, because their space and the amount of times you're seeing Collingwood players turn up with no one around them is concerning.
It's almost like they're folding back to the goal square, Gary, way too deep, the Bombers, waiting for the long ball that's not coming. They're picking them off short.
They've called their bluff as this ball goes out of bounds. They've called their bluff, Kingy. So it looks for me as if they said, hey, the weather's come, let's protect the long ball to the goal square, because that's what sort of tends to happen. And Collingwood said, well, we're going to do everything but that. We'll pick up whatever's short.
It's a direct contrast to what Collingwood do, who set up so well behind the footy. They take away your options, inside, short and long.
And they missed their last two shots at goal, which were gettable, so the Bombers need to take possession and respect some sense of control. Hobbs down the line, but Frampton, his role has increased today in the absence of Moore. He's getting himself a free kick.
Just sat there at second possession there, so slow start for the Essendon skipper.
Billy Frampton tends to be there for the Pies on the big days, doesn't he? It's third Anzac Day to half forward off Wright's hands. Good collect down low. Merritt, his third disposal to centre field. He's curled the kick well protected by Caddy. Right up on the wing, taking the mark. His eyes quickly scouring what's ahead. There's nothing really to his liking. So he kicks to it. Well, it's roughly a 2-on-2. Langford. Gresham back to Merritt, who knew where Langford was on his return. He overfires the handball to Perkins, and again a disrupted play by the Bombers comes to not much.
An epic side at the MCG. Cameron fights his way to the front. Had a mind to create, and did. Pendlebury lends a hand. Charged down by Shield. It's out of play. Bit of territory wouldn't hurt the Bombers here. Lock it in. See what they might come up with. They've left Langford to do the ruck work against Cameron. Clean down to Maynard as a result. Haphazard into centre fields. Still to be won. Elliott. Clean hands. Houston. Frampton. And always into the hands of Josh Dacos. Not quite the kick he was looking for this time. McGrath on a straight turnover. They don't go quickly though, the Bombers.
Haven't quite got the confidence, Jared, to go quick.
So it's a kick and get after it in the air. Caddy had a fly. Hands to it. Couldn't take it. Maynard's hand pass picked off in close. Hobbs got it from centre field. Kept it alive. Lipinski out of the binds. Frampton again to Josh Dacos. Side bottom will have to go quickly. They come out in professional fumble and the high contacts.
They're so solid in their back 50, the Magpies right now.
That will frustrate the Bombers, who for once had them cornered.
They did, but it's sloppy tackling technique, Hunter. You have a chance to lock it in. Got to take it.
Hear the thump down the line. Pryor and Reid looking to spoil. McStay and Cameron were all about the mark. Long the crumbs to Goey. Bombers carefully in the approach not to give away the free. Hobbs. It goes an Essendon way to Mackay, but Long is making it as difficult as possible, and it is tough for the Bombers at the moment. Even when they win possession, there's an air of uncertainty about what to do. McGrath found Martin, and Perkins is well placed out wide.
Collingwood bludgeoned them about 45 metres defensively without touching the footy.
Yeah, it's a great call, and that's a good spot too to Satterfield, more promising. Dersma's run hard to give them an option off the wing. He went for Caddy, but gave him no real chance. Jones has done brilliantly to keep that alive, and it could have come to so much. It results in a behind, but that's better than nothing.
Yeah, but some poor vision there from the Bombers. Peter Wright had pushed inside 50 in the corridor. It was all on his own. Just needed a 25-metre chip kick, and he has a shot for goal.
Howe's got McCreary, who's worked into the defensive 50. Finds a path. McStay in the one-on-one with Mackay. They grapple. McStay will get out the back here. Paddles to his own advantage. Roberts cuts it off. So one of three teenagers for the Bombers. Redmond false moment. Roberts again. McGrath.
They put themselves under pressure, guys.
That fumble, and then the missed handball, and the fumble again. And Collingwood, you can just see them. They just appear, and fortuitously they get themselves a free kick. So they're on the back foot here at the moment.
Bombers' first free kick. Redmond up the line. Jones hangs on. Still looking to answer that question, what he is going to become across his league career as he builds his games. Jones to the next contest. This is a hard way to live on a wet day. Off hands, it's out of play.
And it's not the way that they generally play, Jared. So, you know, they're a high possession, try and maintain the footy, uncontested mark team. So this is a different look for them, and they do seem a little bit uncertain about the way they're going forward.
So it is dig-in time for Essendon. They've got a little bit of territory at last. Nick Dacos had a little refresher. He's back out there again.
And the best news of all, Chase, is that they're 13 points behind. And the numbers, particularly 5 minutes ago, would have suggested that they were in a bit of trouble, but they're still very much in touching distance.
Pies on top of the ladder coming in, but Essendon 2 have won 3 in a row and have found some form. Cameron's clearing kick. How's the umpire going to see that one? No, that's a throw-in.
So Josh Dacos has had 13 possessions, 3 score involvements from half back. Some sort of a start to this game.
Well read by Wright, but what to do with it next? Durham. Merritt gets taken care of by DeGoey. Side bottom, Pendlebury. Essendon have the numbers there, although the mark not taken by Pryor. That allows the spinning Meyer ticking back to side bottom, just cruising along the wing. Playing it, couldn't contain it that time. And now there's Essendon players all around. Hobbs was one of those. He doesn't make it out the other side. Lipinski and side bottom. Is it a day to take advantage? It is this time. Sliding in Jamie Elliott.
Did he actually mean that?
I think he changed his kick mid-ball drop. That's how good the kick was.
He was about to be put under immense pressure when he got the hand pass a little bit too early. Adjusted the kick, and it was the only place could go to give the Pies a chance, with Elliott running onto a sliding chest mark.
We'll have a close look at it again. It's an extraordinary kick.
Not far from where he took one of the great Anzacday marks last year, Jamie Elliott. He converted on that occasion. The day ended in frustration when he couldn't take a late mark, and of course it was a draw. But he doesn't mind the moment with the focus on his kicking. Usually.
Gary, one of the features at the moment, and Jason, is the soft handballing by Collingwood. They're not firing them. They're making it easy for the receiver to make an easy take and control the footy.
I think that's because they also keep turning up for each other, Kingy. So they get numbers around the boys. Another turnover.
Maynard picks off the Reed kick. The vice-captain takes his time. Now he signals his intention to thump it in, and thump it in he does. McStay has the run at the pack. Bombers have the numbers at the back. They've just got to get to the footy. It rolls into the posts.
So that's 4 consecutive behinds for Collingwood, which goes to what you were saying.
Yeah. They have had, though, a bit of 5 minutes, the Bombers. It's just what they can do when they go inside forward 50 at the moment, which is their biggest challenge.
It feels like a much bigger gap than 2 or 3 goals, though.
Yeah.
Merritt's 6th disposal. Deposit on the wing, and well handled by Pendlebury. No mark, though. Kako came through. This gives him a bit of energy and a bit of spark. Shield gets the handball back to Kako. He's upended the Collingwood tackle, and pressure relentless. Redeemed, though, nicely by Caddy, but still they are clogged and they can't get out. Besieged by this magpie intent, Perryman forces the ball up on this occasion.
It's a great word, Hutto. Relentless describes it perfectly. 2 or 3 times the Bombers had it, and they were besieged.
Goldstein paddled it down, but only to Nick Dacos. We know what they can launch off half-back when he's conspiring. Got it to the wing and got them going. Perryman, and now Houston on the end of it this time. Elliott not in the air, and this time the obstruction's too great. McGrath took the handball cleverly to Redmond, but he looked up. There was no Bombers in sight. Collingwood sweating again. Here's Elliott, back to Crisp, inside to McCreery. Not far enough for Houston to be paid the mark, no matter. Goal square from Elliott, waiting at the back. Bobby Hill, he's still waiting. Will stay, and then Goldstein take the turn to fumble. And young Fletcher Roberts heaves it out of there as quickly and as far as he humanly can.
It is desperate stuff for the Bombers defending. Houston holds it up. Just every yard being taken. Just propel it forwards. Cameron does that. They have a leap. Elliott, the spoil, McCreery, what a gather. Pendlebury It's needed a bit of support going by. Jones stripped of the footy and it spills out once more. Roberts and Merritt to clear the area. Caddy in the one-on-one with Howe. You've got to earn them there. And the wily veteran brings it away. Has some time to find the right choice. Sets it to the hot spot to have a leap for McStay. Brings it to ground. Goldstein with hands after being a little rusty earlier. Merritt, turnover. Houston, right to the square. Hill can't quite get a leap. We use the hands.
No question.
That's an almighty shot. Can't argue with that one.
Pushed him into the... They have got more of an appetite for the contest, I think, in this last sort of 6 or 7 minutes. I think Brad's got to be happy with that.
The prior spotted Kako took a great kick to connect, but connect is what he's done. So the youngster, part of the bright future for the Bombers. Their fans hope and trust in Durham. How again, Collingwood win it back, and they look to cause some destruction on the southern side. Hoskin Elliott to Elliott, who's 20 metres in the clear, so there's nothing stopping him kicking it to Nick Dacos again.
Both forward halves are just at the opposite ends of the spectrum in what it's like to go forward. One group you can hardly find a free player inside forward 50. In fact, they haven't got a winner forward of the ball. The Collingwood backline is dominant. It comes up the other end and you've got all sorts of blokes sticking their heads up looking for a mark inside forward 50.
I'm not sure what the plan is with Nick Dacos, but it's a bad one. He's running unattended in the forward half.
That's 5 inside 50 marks to 1 in favour of Collingwood in these conditions.
So the captain for the day, Nick Dacos, he got them started with a goal on the run, and now close to quarter time, he's not able to get the kicking right. Although there's a whistle. So it won't be a score, rather an Essendon free with 35 seconds remaining. If the Bombers are able to stave this off, they'll have something to work with at the huddle at quarter time.
Yeah, and I'd be going to the forwards, I'd be going to Wright, Langford and Perkins and whoever else is ahead of the ball and say, you've got to get more competitive.
Wright presents, but he can't hang on.
The ball just hasn't stayed in there long enough for them to try and make something happen, whether it be through a turnover or forward 50 pressure. This is Jeremy Howe. They're sharing of the footy, and the cleanness of which Kingy alluded to has been first rate.
The wrestle, Goldstein down, crisp in the tackle of Shield the whole way through. Final seconds of the opening term. One more for Nick Dacos. Pendlebury as well. 2 more for Nick. That was ineffective. You'll get the comes back.
So Lou Setterfield has just run alongside him. He wasn't at the start, but he's gone. He maybe have gone to Nick Dacos now.
So the Pies with the last thrust of an opening term, which they have dominated from start to finish, really. 18 inside 50s to 8. 7 scores to 2. The damage could well have been greater. So much of it was caused by the Dacoses. There'll be so much to talk about. Another huge round, Anzac round of football. And of course, AFL 360. Monday night is Coach's Night. Back with more on Fox Footy shortly.
All right, folks, there we go. It's quarter time here. Anzac Day football. Today, of course, the Magpies 3-4-22, leading the Bombers 1-1-7. I tell you what, this game, well, it's all just domination for me. The Magpies are doing everything. The Bombers are just trying to hang in there as good as possible, and they're doing that reasonably well. The Magpies, well, I tell you what, there's probably 3 behinds there they should have probably got if they hadn't kicked a little bit wayward, and this margin would be out and about already. I tell you what, I like the way this is playing. It's a wet game. It's a wet game here today, but that's not troubling the Pies at all. They're linking up well. They're finding space everywhere. They're finding targets inside 50. They are looking dangerous every time they go in. Oh, the Bombers, they're just holding on. They're just holding on, as I said. But what a fantastic game. Of course, the first goal scorer of today's Anzac Day game was the superstar Nick Dacos of Collingwood. If anyone wants to know the first goal scorer, this is a ring-a-ding-ding game. I tell you what, the crowd is jam-packed in there today. I'll be interested to see what the crowd is. It's got to be 90,000+ in there at the MCG, and would be definitely millions of people watching around the globe and listening in on this. Well, the biggest home and away game of the season. This is the Anzac Day match here. All right, folks, let's go. Let me just reload this up. Let's have a look at the goal scorers so far. So I'm going to look for the goal scorers, and we'll have a look at the disposal getters. The goal scorers for the Magpies, of course, Harry Perryman, Tim Membry, Nick Dacos are the goal scorers. And for the Bombers, the sole goal scorer, Peter Wright, with a single there. TJS 2114, what's up? What's up? How you doing? How you doing? Just before I go any further, just welcome in everybody to the live chat. Of course, Carly Hughes is in there. Ryan Egg Road 1. How you going? Gear up and go. Good to see you. Addy Sports Channel, how you going, brother? I hope you're breaking for your second favourite team, the Mighty Magpies. Good stuff. The manager's in the house. Teenage Bem Bem. Shouty. And of course, TJS 2114. What's up? Good to have you on board. The disposal getter. Well, there we go. Josh Dacos leading the way. 13 disposals in the first term is exceptional on this wet day. 6 kicks, 7 handballs, 2 marks. He's having a flyer. Still side bottom, the old boy, and of course Scotty Pendlebury. They haven't ring-a-ding-ding game so far in the opening quarter. 9 and 8 for those two. Zach Merritt is the best for the Bombers on 8. Of course, Nick Dacos, a little superstar. He's on 8, 4 kicks, 4 handballs, 2 marks, 2 tackles, 3 clearances, 1 goal, 1. Tell you what, couldn't ask for a much better quarter so far from the captain on the ground today for the Magpies, Nick Dacos. Let's just roll on down a little bit. Dan Houston, loving the way he's playing today. He said the 7 touches. Who else have we got there? Jamie Elliott there on 7 for the Pies. Had a shot on goal. Just faded left. Through for a behind for him. Peter Wright took a nice strong mark down there with his 5 disposals. 2 kicks. He's kicked 1 for the Bombers. Dylan Shield, well, a little bit quiet. 5 disposals for him in the opening quarter. There we go. Todd Goldstein, the replacement for Draper there today. 5 touches, 6 hit-outs for him. And, of course, Jordan Ngoe started off well, just a little bit quiet late in that opening quarter with his 5 touches of the ball so far. Just rolling down. There we go. Give you your player stats there. There we go. There is your player stats. Still looking for a few players to fire up in this game. Bobby Hill, yet to touch the ball. But I'm sure he'll come alight in this game so far. Let me just roll that back up. Let's take you back down to the commentators for the bounce of the ball in just under a minute. Whereas the Magpies by 15 looks like, well, let's hope. I don't know. We always hope for a close game. But me as a Magpie fan, let's just hope they kick a bit straighter. But folks, don't forget to vote on the poll who you think's going to win today's game. Of course, we've got a few votes in already, 69% saying the Mighty Magpies are going to win this one. You never know with Anzac Day clashes. It's always a ripper. All right, folks, let's get back down to the ground. We are within 30 seconds of the bounce of the ball for the second quarter. It's the Magpies by 15 points.
Continues, they'll smack them.
You've had really close eyes on it at ground level. It is difficult to work out whether it's one specific player going to him or whether they're trying to hand over. Gary and Jason, it is a massive problem that needs to be rectified if the Bombers are going to get back in the game.
You're right, Sarah. At the moment, it's only a 15-point margin, but they could easily have 5 or 6 goals on the board. Collingwood, they've just missed a couple of opportunities that you would normally see them snap. From a Bombers perspective, they've got to use the ball better when they do win it. They haven't had enough of it, but when they do get it, they've got to make better decisions. And they've got to fight harder to keep it in their attacking 50 gas. Put a little bit of pressure back on Collingwood by playing some territory game.
Yeah, for sure, Jay. So Peter Wright has been one who's won his own footy, but the rest of them have got to get more competitive forward of the ball, because at the moment their back half has been well supported by Darcy Cameron, who had 5 clearances, if you don't mind, on his own that quarter. Between Nick Dacos and Steele Sidebottom, they've had 11 clearances in that first quarter. Now, the clearances hasn't been a disaster yet from an Essendon point of view, but I'll tell you what, if it keeps shaping that way, it's going to be a massive issue, because they don't get territory. And right now, unless they move football really quickly inside forward 50, they can't win, let alone halve a ball forward to the 50. That's my concern for the Bombers.
And interesting, it needs to be a plan B for the Bombers because clearances has been their strength this season. So if you take that away from them, what then can they offer?
So Nick Dacos is starting in the centre square. We thought centre field may have just gone to him in that last 2 or 3 minutes, but it'll be interesting to see. It takes a little minute or two to sort itself out.
The captains are side by side at the start of the second term. Collingwood by 15 points. Goldstein down to Durham, comes busting out, gives the deep forwards a look. Langford, Caco's underneath, knocked away by Maynard, and he's on the follow-up. He'll take the yards up the line. Hoskin Elliott grapples, it gets past. Redman onto it. Has support from Merritts, gives a bit of ground. Reed has to find the way. He steers the kick a bit too strong with it, burst through Maynard's fingers. Cameron absorbed the full tackle. Lipinski how? It's an unusual moment.
But even that first ball that went, Durham wins a centre bounce, goes inside forward 50, and they win a clear one-on-one, and all of a sudden the ball's gone. Maynard wins the one-on-one. That's the competitiveness this forward group have got to get to.
Hobbs with the kick inside. Hard ball to mark. Wright and Caddy positioned themselves. Plenty against. Suck it off the turf. It slipped at the goal front, but Chris was tending. McGrath's got to play here. Used the body well against Hill. Around the perimeter for Merritts. Where are the best targets? Shallow, but effective. And it will give Martin a chance.
So he should just take his time and go back. They haven't, the 11 inside 50s to 18, so this gives them a bit of a chance to set up as well if they aren't successful. But he and Langford's the other one that hasn't played a lot of footy, so we're cutting a bit of slack, but just got to get in the contest.
The goal in 4 consecutive games, played every minute against West Coast. Nick Martin, that's the assignment. Contact is pretty good. It just wouldn't work back enough. Takes the post.
Dan Houston, after full consideration, he's hinting he's going to kick this side to the members, and he follows through. Like Kako was tailing him, but it affected the kick. Long, strong with body and arms and hands there to hold on. Look at Nick Dacos, scampers off after giving to his brother Josh. Wanted to be involved in the chain. Chris had other ideas. It was Josh who got the 1-2. Kicks to centre half forward. Elliott's flying with one arm. Underneath coming through was Membry to McStay. Whacked away by Dersma helping out, but only to the good of Maynard. And now Lipinski. Plethora of options inside 50. The mark not paid. It might not worry Elliott, who fires away and hits the mark. Collingwood continue to dominate.
So this is the contrast in the game, is that one end of the ground they can't win a ground, they can't win a 50-50 or half, but the ball comes up the other end, and you know who wins the ground ball? It's Tim Membry. So Josh Dacos and Nick get involved in the back half. This is another part of the competitiveness of your forward half. You've got to be able to put pressure on. So they get out. Now they're very good at this, and it's good ball movement, takes something special from Nick. But this is not, there's nothing special about this. There's the contest from Elliott, and there's the crumb from Membry. And all of a sudden, I think it was Membry, wasn't it? Yeah, it is Membry, yeah. So all of a sudden, the ball stays in their half. It doesn't go back down the other end. They hit up Elliott. This is poor from Redmond. He just rushes that. So there's the game in a nutshell for me right there.
We spoke about Nick Dacos, how dangerous he is. Josh Dacos has had 15. No one else is in double figures.
20-point margin, and it threatens to grow. Pendlebury, again the yardage. Beautiful gather. Elliott, Nick Dacos on the burst. Arch the back. Had a good look. No.
Oh boy, that would have brought them. He is ready to roll.
I'm sure Kingy's watching as hard as I am. There's no move being made. If it's centre field, he doesn't know what Nick looks like.
McGrath Roberts got himself a moment of panic, steps through, kicks very wide. You can see the look of resignation on the face of Caddy that was going out of bounds on the full. So defenders, get ready. Howe settling on a plan of attack. It involves going as deep as he can. McStay at the front, not far away. 3v1, the lone hand was McGrath. Elliott with a taste for it. Centrefield knew what was coming, and it came.
It's just the level of pressure. It's so intense, particularly in their attacking 50, the Pies. Once they win the territory, they are determined to keep it there.
6 tackles to 1, forward 50, Collingwood's way.
Camera the tap. That was Setterfield coming through for Essendon, and he's just kicked it to open pastures on the wing and hope for the best. A little sprint there from Caddy to make life tough, but still Perryman with the backup. Dacos again showed a bit, and in true style brings it back calmly to Frampton. And the Magpies get set up to head to the front again.
Well, every chain they have goes through Josh Dacos' hands at some stage. They're going to have to rein him in as well. I mean, he's coming up to possession number 17. It's ridiculous.
Sam Durham is locking on Nick Dacos, but as soon as there's a contest, he gets drawn to the footy. Nick stays on the outside.
Josh Dacos pumps the Pies forwards from the pack. Durham gathers well underneath. Setterfield wants a target, but it is a contest. Knocked away from Langford by Perryman. Lipinski's there to tidy up. Howe, he'll have Frampton as the bailout kick, although Kako shuts that down, so he has to stay more central, and it worked to long. Maynard's queued up with Pendlebury. Pendlebury first, steers more directly. Houston.
Just a couple of metres too far out, you'd think.
They already themselves in the goal square. It's a shallower entry and it's clever. Lipinski, Langford did enough. Collingwood numbers again at the drop though. Perryman, Lipinski, Goldstein disrupted. Gresham, Langford hoping for Gresham. Had to squeeze the kick up the line. Caddy and Kako. Kako has the footy. Took him on. Got rid of it. Gresham in the intensifying rain. Setterfield had to wait. Needed support. Merritt should have. Pendlebury did. Tunnel ball out to Elliott. On to Cameron. Off the ground. Hoskin Elliott. Membry through for a goal. Every yard matters.
Oh, this is a brilliant display. I want to go all the way back to Billy Frampton's effort to chase down Kako, to put the pressure on, to force the ball back 20 metres when it looked like the Bombers had numbers. And then all of a sudden they kept the ball alive. It came in the middle, and some really good efforts here. A smart decision to go off the deck. And look at Membry just attack it, head down. Away he goes. They deserve that. They deserve more on the scoreboard, the Pies, the way they're playing.
And so, you can, with all the analysis in the world, you go, okay, 114 touches to Collingwood's 144, and then you go to the tackle column and you see 20 to 13.
Should be the other way around.
Well, of course it should, but this is the difference between the two of them. The pressure in their forward 50 is elite. The back line is absolutely dominant over this Essendon forward line, and then you throw in a couple of Dacoses into the mix.
They just might be seriously good, Gary. It just might be the real deal.
They might, Kingy. Well, they are. There's no might about it. They are looking mightily impressive.
How much is Tim Membry enjoying this occasion? Out of the middle. Might get busy again shortly. Side bottom and Cameron. A wobbly number for Crisp and Jones to deal with. Crisp knew exactly what he was doing. Jones in pursuit, but he's no match for the veteran. To the inside. Side bottom's call, long or short. He tried to go short again to Membry. Well defended by Reid that time. Setterfield under siege from long. They've got the taste for it here, the Magpies, haven't they?
They're circling like sharks. They can smell blood in the water. Whenever the ball's at ground level or the Bombers get near it, they are attacked.
So there's two here. Long, and then follows up with Elliott.
Goldstein the tap, but it was firm. There's Durham and Dacos. Steps out. Pressure factor with Scott Pendlebury and his Magpies. The former captain, Scott Selwood, and the lieutenants of that man Craig McRae. Things are in control in the box and at ground level for Collingwood, it seems. Crisp again, just side bottom, batted away by Shield. Can he try and lift this Essendon team? Perkins being tailed by Quainer. There is no room to move at the moment for Essendon. No sense of freedom or ability to create because Collingwood are just shutting everything down. They are in command. They lead by 27 points.
Playing the conditions masterfully. Now the Pies. Ruckman shared it. Shield desperately trying to build something. Side bottom though again. Nick Dacos caresses his kick forwards. Spoils a made ground ball to be won. Shield who tried the Collingwood tactic of taking the yards ahead, and it might work as Howe fumbles. Perkins puts it inside 50. Langford, will it sit for him? It did. The goal front is his, and he runs it home. The Bombers get what they needed so desperately.
But it feels like it's come against the run of play. A rare mistake from Collingwood. It was Jeremy Howe who seemingly had it all parcelled up. I thought Dylan Shield made the wrong decision. Punching it forward, he had an opportunity to take possession. He didn't. But then the ball fell at the feet of Jeremy Howe. You can just see the fumble. Then there are Bombers there. And a fortuitous kick forward, he gets a good bounce, but it still requires a good finish. And thrilled to see Kyle Langford back in the Bombers lineup. He makes such a difference to their forward setup.
So let's get back into this clearance game. So they're 16-9 down at the moment, Essendon. And that's allowed Collingwood to have it in their forward half, and their forward half intercept game has gone through the roof. So win the ball here at the source.
Goldstein the tap. She'll get the handball away to centre field. The Bombers do get a couple of consecutive entries up to the 50. Maynard topples over. Perkins the focus of the Collingwood tackling pressure that time.
So, Jace, for all of the dominance and, you know, the perceived and real, it's 21 points. That's what the Bombers have got to keep telling themselves.
Cameron had a free rein with a tap. Perkins read it off his fingertips. Dribbling it forward. Caddy, swing and a miss. Collingwood ball. Dacos took it from Howe and delivers for Lipinski. Nice little bit of hip work, but Jones able to stole the march. Bang it up to full forward. Dersmer and Chris this time. Chris, he'll beat anyone.
You've got to have that contest. If Xavier Dersmer, you just have to have.
McCreary, the outlets. Josh Dacos desperately wanted it inside. You could see. Stay wide. Membry's going to have two pitted against him. Ridley glides over the top. Didn't mark, but he's still got time. Shield is lifting his rating. Reads the kicker. Pryor, right in the middle. A well-weighted ball.
That should have been 50. He called the standing dance back a couple of metres.
Caco's the targets.
It's a little win, so a little bit of space there, Jared, inside forward 50. So, you know, the one-on-one with Xavier Dersmer earlier was so disappointing with Chris because that was symbolic of where they're at. But now they get to win it inside 50 and find some space. So important he kicks this. They kick this, they get a little bit of nourishment.
His family is a great Australian story. Isaac Kako slides off the boot. It's a hard school, but it slips perfectly for Durham. Take him any way you can get him.
Well, that's it, Jace. There's no science in this at all. So Jeremy Howe drops the ball to his feet and they're able to get it forward and they kick a goal. And now you get one of the great shanks that falls into the hands of the man that's tagging Nick Dacos. So
gets away with a nice little push on the Goey just to work him under the footy, and there's the one-on-one that you win instead of losing like Dersmer did before.
Saved some of his best for Collingwood last year. Sam Durham for 2 in a row for the Bombers. It's a true boot. They are answering the call.
Well, I don't think much more could have gone, not wrong, much more could have gone right for Collingwood and Essendon been as disappointing as they have been for a quarter and a half. And now you look up at the scoreboard and it's back within touching distance. And they had set it, they kick the goal, comes back in the centre, they have a centre bounce win, Jace. So all of a sudden their defenders get a bit of a spell and they're able to try and lock it in the forward 50. And then they get 2 marks inside forward 50. One for a great lead and one a bit more fortuitous. But there they go, 2 goals on the bounce.
So trying to build on the momentum. This is all critical now. This centre bounce clearance has to go forward for the Bombers.
Durham's first goal of the year. Not bad men to build on, Langford and Durham. Consecutive goals back where we were at quarter time. From the tap, Collingwood looked to get busy. Pendlebury leading the way to Dacos. Serves that time. Even he couldn't get out. And can they get under his skin a bit? Both mocked the suggestion, had a bit of a laugh, the captains of the day.
And there's a win.
But the feeling might have changed just a little here at the G. Tossed it up, Durham again. Where's the handball going from Caddy to Shield? Got it parts through. Durham has his left. Not bad at all. How quickly fortunes can change. The Bombers storm back at the MCG. That's what you do on Anzac Day.
So what's the answer? This is the problem when your forward 50's not competitive enough. You put your most competitive man down there. So Sam Durham goes down. He's playing, as Kicky's pointed out, he's playing on Nick Dacos and taking him to areas he doesn't want to go to. So the win is a double win. They stop Dacos at the source, and all of a sudden they're winning some ball inside forward 50, and it's no coincidence that that man, the most competitive player on their list, has kicked the last 2 goals.
Yeah, 4 possessions, 2 goals in the second term for Sam Durham, and he's sparked a Bombers revival here.
Game on.
Merritt with the tackle, Shields explosive run, Durham with the hardness. It's a pretty good formula. Shields in and after it again, bowls them over, right. Nice touch, centre field, good turn, ran into a dead end, side bottom. To Josh Dacos on the burst, the Pies look to steady up. Kick to the 50, Ridley was always favoured in flight. Swiss Elliott turned to run.
You've got to ride the wave here, the Bombers. Don't go back into your shell here, ride the wave.
Shield brings it up for Merritt, the prime movers again.
Peter Wright's on.
That's where it goes, Wright set himself, spoil made by Perryman, side bottom tackle, but he got it by
House changed, Jace. Look at him.
Yeah. Great play though by Perryman. He left his man, he saw Wright push him into space. He knew he had to commit to the spoil, brought it to ground, bought some time.
Feel the environment for the Bombers fans. Gresham's in at the bottom of it all. Try again. And stay in Langford. Side bottom, blind hand pass. Elliott's got to make it good. Turns over. Ridley. Clever to Martin. Worked it around. So the kick from out wide. Perkins. The Bombers have rallied. And they are making a rush.
It's amazing what can happen when you start to win the territory battle. You play the game down your forward end. Even Collingwood aren't impervious to pressure. All of a sudden they're being tested time after time. Some of the clearance work by Essendon is going their way. They get the ball forward and they're creating these scoring opportunities. And all of a sudden we've seen the last 3 opportunities taken with really good kicks. And look at the difference on the scoreboard. It's like we're just starting right now. There's 3 points in it.
So get competitive. Forward of the ball, in the centre, from the centre forward. What we've seen in the last 7 or 8 minutes is in stark contrast to what they served up early in this game. If you're not competitive, you're nothing in this game, and they've found it.
So a few changes for the Pies into the middle. Long comes off the bench with Darcy Cameron. By McCreary goes into the middle.
Thrown up again in the middle. Squirts outside Bottom's way, so Collingwood get a semblance of control, but they lose it through the fumble from Long. McCreary tries to right the ship. Houston, side bottom, it's getting closer to Essendon's goal. Dacos, side bottom, it's a rush kick. The bounce favoured Collingwood, just whacked on by Hoskin Elliott. Myercheck comes out. Shield waiting at the back, predicting where the footy would go with help from Jones. It does. Martin's things settle for Essendon. It's a low darting ball. Hard for anyone to get control of. Crater was good last week amongst the coaches' votes. Off to DeGoey, who tried to employ the inverted torpedo.
That wasn't happening in the first quarter and a half, I don't.
Not a great kick from Redmond though. Pendlebury's able to step in. Eyes to the middle. Queuing up there to Long. He had Myercheck on. Instead, it's back to Pendlebury. Even some indecision from him. Bit of an indiscriminate high ball and well controlled by Mason Redmond.
So now they're winning their share of one-on-ones. The confidence is up. Collingwood second-guessing themselves. There's been a turnaround in the pressure. The momentum of the game has shifted.
Perkins, Caddy, Hobbs took a moment on the fumble. Where to? It's a retreat for Jones.
Yeah, they had one-on-ones ahead of the footy. You'd love just to put it back in there, put them back under pressure.
Into the hands of Shield. They've been given up in the transaction.
So this is how they like to play, Jared, and they weren't able to do it early in this piece. Collingwood have got to take it away from them.
Desperate for the switch. McStay's got other ideas. Couldn't reach it. Well done, Ridley. Storms forward. Martin's got a chance for a penetrating entry. Where's he going? He's gone for right. 2 against. Cameron couldn't mark. Kako crashes into Houston.
They couldn't tackle their way out of a paper bag in the first quarter, Essendon in their forward 50, and now go out and ask Collingwood defenders what this quarter or this last 10 minutes like compared to the first quarter and a half.
The Bombers are looking for the go-ahead goal. Houston first access. DeGoey's job to clear. Goldstein is set for the bouncing ball. Just knocked it to McCreary though. Takes the ground up the line. Ridley's going well. And past to Roberts, and Ridley's got a couple to the side, so they should be able to nut this out. Reid gives the necessary ground. Pryor with footy in hand.
The pressure on Collingwood now to shut them down, shut this uncontested mark game down that they like to play.
So off the slow play, Pryor's left foot. It's well guided to Goldstein. Found a little cavity there. That could have been 50. Not so, said the umpire. That is the required 15 with Martin. Back to the open side, centre field. There's a lot of pointing going on at the moment. Can he point the ball in the right direction? He goes for Canny. Crashed the pack at least. Made the contest as a bare minimum. Now they hear after it. Dacos got a socket to it. And then goes again, Josh Dacos. Same tactics. Took 60 metres off the Bombers. So now it's Pryor's responsibility. Dacos is in his face. Things have turned a little. They're much sure about their disposals. Centre field, able to get it to Perkins. And under the light tower on the southern side, on a wet April day, Anzac Day 2025, a resurgent Essendon. Long kick to Caddy, to Goey. And they will force another ball up, and again it's in their forward half. And Craig McRae has had to take some action.
20 uncontested marks to 9 in favour of Essendon this quarter. This is an Essendon game right now.
Underfoot, Merritt gets to work, swings it to the teeth of goal. Now where will it bounce? And it lands true and straight through for a behind.
Feeling the heat of the moment, the Pies. I love the effort of Josh Dacos moments ago. He bought his team time to get numbers back, to shore up the defence. But the Bombers are surging, and this is a great test for the Pies. Haven't been under this pressure for a while.
Safely from Frampton to Quainer. Margin back to 2 points. As they plot a slow path of their own to go. He got just the right weighting on the kick to side bottom. And they can breathe. Haven't been able to for the last 10 or so minutes.
It's an unbelievable transformation that's taken place in the last 15 minutes.
Trots off side bottom. Considered. Goes for the height and the jump provided by McStay and Cameron. Reid kept his hands out of danger. Back to Merritt from Redmond. One-on-one, Quainer won't be moved. But the ball spills to the front. Roberts gave it a hold to it. No way out of there. Made a pretty good fist of it under the circumstances. Caddy, Pendlebury, as desperate as he's always been through over 400 games. Side bottom, misplaced handball to Merritt. Same for the kick though, and it's Lipinski's choice with what to do for Collingwood. Hard lead up ahead by Membry and also Hoskin Elliott. He chooses the latter.
So Membry's still on up the line. Kick comes inboard instead to Long. We're in time on of this second term. The Bombers have kicked 4 in a row. Frampton, Howe's just come from the bench out wide. Maynard with footy in hand goes there. So Howe can run to half forward and give the targets a look. Cameron is deep. Shallow and McStay had eyes for it. Mackay got a hand to it. Roberts underneath. It got past Howe, which was lucky. Howe absorbed the tackle, released to Nick Dacos. Dinks the kick for Long.
Great composure. Great composure for Nick Dacos. He gets value.
Gives to Maynard, who's bobbed up this year with majors. And he's right there again. His 4th of the season. He's the sneak attack.
And that is completely against the run of play. As you're looking at a little bit of composure, a bit of creativity from Nick Dacos. You get a half opportunity, you need the ball in the hands of your best players. He sums up the field very quickly, sees Ned Long in a bit of space, and then there's a little bit of sloppy defence from the Bombers. If you've done your homework, you know he's going to run past Braden Maynard. We've seen this a number of times. He's starting to make a habit of it, and that just brings a little bit of life back into the Pies.
Yeah, you got it. There's so much going on and you're working so hard to recover your position. You've got to maintain concentration here, and there's not an Essendon player anywhere even looking at Braden Maynard.
Never kicked an Anzac Day goal before. He has now, as Jared said, they're hitting the scoreboard regularly. 4 goals for the season, Braden Maynard. Back in the middle, still vital minutes remaining in this second term. Perkins is Essendon trying to pick up where they left off a few moments ago, but Dacos might be a free kick here for sliding in, taking out the legs perhaps. games. Goes to Perkins. One of the goal kickers plays it wide for Gresham. Just gets there. Moves it as quickly as he can. Tugs the kick in. Pendlebury was in the van. Taken by Durham. He's forced the issue again. To Kako. Disrupted on the kick in. Still issues for Frampton. They're back up from Maynard. He's doing it at both ends. They're about to shut down side bottom. But he sees the gaps he always has. Perryman gave him the way out. Long down the line. Bodies engaged. Reid and McStay. Positive signs for Zach Reid in his first Anzac Day. He's had to wait. His young career crippled by injury. It's great to see him out there.
Yeah, and even better to see him winning one-on-ones like that. That'll give him great confidence and his teammates.
Ridley's just missed the target on the way through.
So Sam Durham's impact on the game is profound, and you've got to start to wonder. Here's the free kick. Really took his legs. He made sure
Perkins knew what he was doing, didn't he? As soon as Josh Dacos went to ground, Perkins knew how to get the free kick. Cameron stood tall, Setterfield can't break out.
So what you got now is you got Durham with Dacos, and Dacos has got to start thinking about when the ball goes forward. It's a much different mindset for Nick Dacos over the last 10 minutes.
Up she goes. Goldstein had a mind for Shields, Setterfield a hack. Pendlebury didn't find Nick Dacos. Hobbs trying to get through. Pendlebury the tackler, Frampton and Sidebottom, who's been central to everything, slides it up the line.
Gee, that was the clever kick. That was his intention. From the moment he got the ball still side bottom, he knew they were outnumbered, but he had a teammate that he could use as camouflage just to kick that ball up the line and force a stoppage.
He won the medal in 2016. Still side bottom. Takes his breather heading to half-time. Cameron banged it forward. Roberts in the rising star class shares it with Wright. Roberts has got a job to do here. Gives them a look. Now a bit too strong for Perkins.
Didn't kick for the advantage.
Or has kicked just at the moment or too longer than Collingwood fans might have hoped. But no panic from Chris or Maynard. Another one-on-one, and McGrath gets the better of Hill, as he has in recent meetings.
He hasn't touched it, Bobby Hill.
Hasn't kicked a goal on Anzac Day, and only one in 4 games against the Bombers for Collingwood. Langford's angle kick was terrific for Jones.
So the one-on-one wins down the line have been enormous.
Yeah.
We talked about Reid, and then you talk about McGrath. So they're not having to move the footy the whole way against this great Collingwood defence. They're cutting him off at the halfway mark all of a sudden.
So Harrison Jones, passionate Essendon supporter, kicked 1 goal 3 on Anzac Day last year. He had some set shots which he wasn't able to convert. This is not easy for anyone at any time, let alone with 90,000 plus watching you come in from a tight angle. And unfortunately, the kick goes right across the face, and Cameron will mark a free kick from out on the full.
So right across the goal front, Maynard, that just caused him a moment of elevated heart rate. Josh Dacos.
Possession number 22 coming up.
Support his own footy, been coming to these games since he was a little kid. Jeremy Howe serving everywhere that's required. As the heritage dates back to 2016 on this day. To the contest on the wing, jarred out of McStay's hand, Lipinski underneath, Elliott. From the defensive side of the middle, it's not his best go, and it's really deceptive. That's where the Bombers defence is having its say, and Ridley's got it.
Yeah, Ridley and Reid, a good combination for them at the moment. Roberts back to Ridley. I'm not sure he's expecting on a return. He would have liked it on the full. No damage yet. That can change though. McStay, 53 seconds. So instead of Essendon dictating, Collingwood have bought themselves a late opportunity. 51 seconds. Collingwood's lead is 8. Essendon hitting back hard in this quarter with 4 consecutive goals. Goldstein got the tap. Durham has led the way. Bit of a blind handball though. Nick Dacos jumped up and down, both with Sheridan in hand. To Pendlebury, to Gagoe, to Crainer. He's capable for long range, but not easy today. And this fire hasn't even scored.
So 32 seconds to negotiate. Merritt, the long targets. And again, it's out of bounds. Pretty well in the same spot.
They've stood up well. Essendon's defence. They've copped a lot of criticism. But you have a look at some of the players in the forward line for Collingwood. Myercheck, 2 touches, no score. McStay, 1 touch, no score. And Bobby Hill yet to touch it. Doing a great job the back 6 for the Bombers.
These missed kicks have just given Collingwood a look from a stoppage again. Pendlebury trying to create something from it. Dersma ran interference. 1 phase to go. And deep breaths after a game that really caught a light. Ruckman engage. It just won't come out.
Or rather tame after the frantic quarter that we've seen so far. Everyone will be happy for the break, I suspect. Essendon right back in the game. Can they see off Collingwood here? They can. The handball down to right. And Setterfield will pay the punishment for that, whether it went out on the floor or not. But the siren sounds. The lead blew out to 27 points, Jason Dunstall, but 4 consecutive goals as the Pies only in front by 8 and very much not the same level of control and command they had.
No, it looked one way early. It was one-way traffic. Collingwood looked to be how far. They missed a couple of opportunities in front of goal that perhaps should have kicked, but in that second term, the Bombers found a way to fight back. And it's not necessarily on the back of stoppages, which has been their strength. They won a few, which got them a bit of territory, but it has just been a committed effort to start halving and then winning some one-on-ones. And then when they did get it forward, they were able to lock it in and create scoring opportunities.
Sam Durham led the way with 2 goals in that term. Archie Perkins jumped on board as well. Langford and Wright, the other goal kickers. And 2 goals. Tim Membry is the leading goal kicker for Collingwood. What a match we have. It's an 8-point lead. Before we hit our halftime show, let's get the view from downstairs with Sarah Jones and David King.
Quite the stunning turnaround, wasn't it, David King? We're running out of superlatives to describe the Dacos brothers. They were phenomenal. Everything went through them in that opening half.
Yeah, and you can't stop them getting the ball, but I think what you can do is stop them getting it in damaging areas. And in that forward half early in that game, they just were too lax, particularly on Nick. He got a lot of ball between sort of 40 and 70 from goal, and he's so creative. Look at that, 9 score involvements. They're the 2 guys you've got to worry about. Nick, we know. Now, I'm fascinated by what the plan is on Nick, because he's roamed around, particularly in the first quarter, unopposed. Now, Durham has tried to get to him at times. That tackle there's massive. So he's roaming free, he's getting as much ball as he likes, and then Merritt says, enough's enough. Big tackle, lifts momentum, shifts it back towards the Bombers. Outmarks Pendlebury, and they're up, and they're about, and they're alive. Big moment from the captain. He swung this game. There's no doubt about that. Zach Merritt swung this game.
He certainly did. Sam Durham, another one with a couple of goals to help things for the Bombers. All right, our all-star panel is getting set and ready to discuss all this. Gary Lyon, Jonathan Brown, Nathan Buckley, and Jordan Lewis. You are watching Friday Footy on Fox.
You're watching Anzacday Footy on Fox.
I still can't believe you switched.
All right, folks, there we go. It's half-time here at the MCG. The Magpies 6-5-41 still lead the Bombers 5-3-33, only by 8 points. I tell you what, when it looked like the Magpies were going to run away, everything was going their way until a fumble by Jeremy Howe, middle of the ground. The Essendon Bombers picked up that fumble, kicked it into their forward 50, which allowed them to get that goal, and that gave the Bombers that little bit of a spark, and then they kicked 1, 2, 3, 4 goals in a row. Finally, the Pies slowed the game down, got the next goal, kept it out to an 8-point margin. Tell you what, that's what I said at quarter time. It looks like this is going to be a domination, but you just never know. Anzac Day games, they can just go anywhere, and it doesn't matter where these 2 teams sit on the ladder. It is an absolute ring-a-ding-ding game, and of course, the rain has eased a little bit there at the MCG, which I think has helped the Bombers a little bit. But the Bombers certainly in that run, I tell you what, they finally looked like they had some good run and carry and found a little bit of space hitting their targets. And it was the Magpies who were starting to chase and become uncomposed in that second quarter. It was virtually, well, let's just say it was virtually a mirror image of the opening quarter, where it was all the Pies. And of course, in the second quarter, after about the 8-minute mark, it was definitely all the Bombers in that second term. I tell you what, Don's victorious. Addy G. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Come on, Pies. Tell you what, it's a great game. It's an exciting game. I tell you what, if you're watching this or just even listening to this, the hype around it, it is fantastic. It's an exciting game to watch and listen to. Mark Lancaster, how you going there? Welcome in, welcome in. There we go. So we'll just chat a little bit, and we're going to wait for, I'll give you the stats in a moment, because the commentators, actually, let me just run to the goal scorers and stats now before the commentators come back to give us a little bit of their analysis. Goal scorers on the ground so far for the Magpies. Tim Membry is the only multiple goal scorer for them with 2. Harry Perryman. Braden Maynard comes in for 1. Of course, Jamie Elliott gets 1 and Nick Dacos. And of course, for the Bombers, Sam Durham with 2. Peter Wright with 1. Archie Perkins also with 1. And Kyle Langford. They are your goal scorers so far, folks. Let's have a look at the disposal getters on the ground. We've just got a moment before the commentators come back. Still side bottom, Josh Dacos lead the way. Both having good games. 21, it's pretty good stats there on a wet, slippery day out there for the Pies. Scotty Pendlebury having a good game there. Also with 16. Zachy Merritt did well in that second quarter there for the Bombers. He's up to 16. He's had a couple of clearances also. And Will Settlefield up to 15. Maynard working hard down back there for the Pies in that second term with 14 disposals. He's kicked a sausage roll as well. Jeremy Howe, the man who fumbled the ball and, of course, put the momentum the Bombers' way. He's having to work a bit hard also down there in defence. Dacos Nick, Jussie, 14 touches so far. A little bit held in that second term. I'm sure he'll fire up in that third and final term. 8 kicks, 6 handballs, 4 clearances, 1 goal, 2. Hasn't quite got his kicking boot on. All right, we'll continue to come back to this in just a moment. Let's head back to the commentators. They'll give us a little bit of analysis of the opening half and their thoughts.
Again, Essendon Footy Club, they found it within themselves on a day when you have to. Collingwood, as I said, superb for a quarter and a half. The comeback, they've come up for 15 points to 8. They've got a game on their hands, Jonathan Brown, Nathan Buckley and Jordan Lewis.
Absolutely, the game was on life support, wasn't it? Until that mistake led to the Langford goal, and it just energised them. They made the most of their opportunities, boys.
I think when the Bombers just started hacking it forward, that contest, the mirror tackle on Dacos, as Kingy mentioned, I thought that was pivotal. That was just the leader on one side saying, that's enough. We just can't give you the time and space that we've given you before. The pressure ramped up, and then it was just bludgeon the ball forward, and they were able to find 3 or 4 goals in a row in a hurry.
Jordy, you've got to be competitive on this day, and they weren't. And it's no surprise to me that it was Durham, the man who said, all right, I'll put my head in the hole here and I'll get things started.
Yeah, so first Merritt, then obviously Darren coming out in the second quarter, having a roll on Nick Dacos. But I loved how he made him work the other way. That's how you play Nick Dacos. There's no point just going run shoulder to shoulder, let Nick dictate terms. But it was from Zach Merritt. That vision right there, no doubt will be showed at half-time. That was a turning point.
So let's have a look at those last few goals from the Essendon Football Club, who found it within themselves to rise to this occasion and refuse to concede. Fortuitous, lucky, but you've got to be there and make them take the one-on-one. So Darren goes back and kicks the goal, and all of a sudden the margin is back to 15 points, and you go, hang on, there's a little bit of life in this. And then they win a centre bounce and they get some territory, and again that man Durham steps up.
Yeah, just the ability to finish in important moments to try and claw this lead back. I thought they were cleaner. I thought their longer handballs really took away the Collingwood's pressure. That was, for me, the difference in the first and second quarters.
Tell you what they were able to do is Collingwood had to retreat. Yeah. It's the first time they've had to retreat to try and protect their D50, and it took them out of that midfield clamp that we discussed. And obviously that improves your opportunity to change the score. And that's what we saw halfway through that second quarter. Collingwood players, all of a sudden they're retreating to D50, and then Essendon were able to find space between 30 and 70 themselves.
It certainly looked as if Essendon were able to spread the ball around, and obviously Collingwood had to work harder on defence, didn't they?
Yeah.
So the holes started to open up, Geordie.
Yeah, you saw in the first quarter the pressure was being referred by those short, and as Kingy said, those really hard handballs. Longer handballs allowed them to change a score. That was up to 26-27%. AFL average is about 20, so a much better improvement.
Well, the change of score is a bit easier when your turnovers in the front half, and Essendon had
had 10 in that second quarter. Collingwood had 10 in the first quarter, and that flipped. Collingwood was scoring from front half turnovers in the first quarter. Essendon were able to get field position, turn the ball over, and then go back and score themselves.
It's hard to score from back half in a week.
Yeah, and particularly against this, they were slow to wake up, Essendon. Like the ball bounced, and within a blink of an eye, it became patently obvious how much room and space this Collingwood team had. So their first, forays inside forward 50, no longer the goal square, which they were trying to defend Essendon, and it was all short.
Yeah, it was noticeable. They took 5 marks inside 50 in the first quarter in wet conditions, Gary, which is a really high number. So then they were able to capitalise. Obviously, Dacos got them away to a fly with that first goal, but they were noticeably looking short.
Yeah,
and you're right, they're on the heels.
This has been the way Collingwood have attacked their inside 50s this year. I remember the Giants game, we previewed that before going inside forward 50. These sort of 40 to 50, 60 metre passes to really try and draw the defence out. So you're right, the planning didn't obviously calculate that happening in a wet game.
There's been some controlled ball use to finish, but that's been the exception. Even Collingwood in the first quarter, some of their hack kicks inside, and this calculated entry, obviously, when Collingwood had a little bit more time and space in the launch pad, they were lowering their eyes to those shorts. But they still had some hack kicks that they scored from early in the second. And Essendon have had hack kicks forward that they've scored from as well. So I don't think you need to be that clean. You just need to take your contest towards your goal.
The memory one was a good example, wasn't it? Memory goals, a hack kick forward.
Yeah, and that came about from a contest ahead of the ball, which wasn't been there from an Essendon point of view early in the piece. The way that Collingwood moved the footy early in the piece was impressive.
Yeah, and I thought that this particular bit of play, this lab, they don't do anything exceptional here. It's just the next easiest target, and they're running in waves, running in numbers. Just give that handball, turn back to corridor as often as you possibly can. I thought that handball could have gone to Ned Long there, but in the end, this is probably a shallow entry. Great contest from Elliott. Memory is on that ground ball, and all of a sudden, then there's pressure there, but all of a sudden, you're on the other side of the field with time and space. Yeah, and you've been able to corridor wrap from one side of the field to the other, and then you find space in your forward 50 for Elliott to finish.
But you have a look at that as well, and I'm with you on all of that stuff. The Essendon defence in the first quarter was the same as both ends of the ground. They were stationary. They looked like they, for whatever reason, weren't aggressive enough to close down space for the opposition, and in the end they got opened up far too much. Second quarter they did.
Do you think that was because... definitely Draper's a big loss, and it's noticeable out there, and you boys have played midfield, but to me the Essendon mids, especially early, they look reactive. They're on the back foot.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't have played with Goldstein all that much, especially this year, so you are reactive when you're coming up against a Cameron. So that's a watch for me, where they make that change early in the third quarter.
So Darcy Cameron had 5 clearances in the first quarter himself, so you suggesting that Goldstein comes off the ground?
Well, I think so. I think they look better when they were smaller forward of the ball, and watching Goldstein in the ruck, he was very much taking the tap, then going to a defensive position to try and stop that forward run. So that allowed Cameron to be inside the stoppage, relatively unattended. So looking to the third quarter, I think you bring Menzies on as quick as you can. I thought they looked better with Wright in the ruck and smaller forward of the ball.
Yeah, I agree with the Menzies. I'm not sure whether I'm taking Todd Goldstein off. Not because he's dominated, but I just wonder who the alternative is. So who are you going to ruck?
Well, Peter Wright. They look much better with Peter Wright in the ruck. When they had that run on, Peter Wright was the ruckman, or even Caddy.
He's played with good presence again, Peter Wright, hasn't he? The aerial contest, the forward line is brought to ground.
The area of merit that has is that you want to change your offense and make sure that you're just hacking the ball forward and allowing your forwards to go to work. Kick the grass and then make it a contest forward of the ball.
Yeah, well, it's west, so kick the grass, turn the Collingwood defenders around. I just think the impact that Goldstein's had so far, I think you can get more out of Menzies in terms of a smaller forward line.
Do you keep the Dacos-Durham one going?
Absolutely you do. Yeah. Because Dacos first quarter, he gets a point. Second quarter, got to give it to Sam Durham. He kicked 2 goals, he's had 10 disposals. Dacos had 14 and a goal. It was magnificent early. But I like it. I like the fact that Durham seems to be the one pushing into him in stoppage. It's not a tag, but it's a bit of accountability there.
Well, Nick's had 4 shots on goal, and he might have had 4 goals. So he's hit 1, 2, and didn't score from the other shot. But Durham himself has got forward and kicked those 2 really important goals in the second quarter. Nick's been dangerous, but he hasn't been a significant midfield presence. He's actually played all over the field, and that's when Collingwood were dominating, he'll find the ball.
So just on that matchup, I don't think you're going to stop Nick Dacos. No. We've seen that. So what can you do in that same space, given that he's going to get the footy, given that he's probably going to hit the scoreboard again? Can you try and hurt him the other way?
I think the fact that Durham, there was one that Durham, he didn't quite finish the mark off the inside 50, but out of the centre bounce, so on the clearance, Durham just charged forward.
Yeah.
Because he knows, obviously, Dacos not going to be a strength of his to compete with Durham in the air, is it?
I think that second quarter, it was more predictable or easier for Durham to get off because Essendon were a lot cleaner in their disposal. When you're messy further up the field, it's a lot harder to get off with confidence. So it all relies on the responsibility and the midfielders further up the ground to make those decisions.
Well, we saw that with the tag in the third quarter last week. You know, how did you go from 5-1 to getting square on the game? You didn't change your matchup with Nick Dacos. You just got your game up and going. Concentrate on that.
Oh, it's an interesting contest. It's shaping as another belter here. 8 points the margin at half-time. Big double header. Anzacday footy continues over in the west after us. As we go to the break, plenty to talk about for you boys on Monday on the couch.
All right, folks, as they go to a quick break there, let's head back to the player stats there. We'll just continue that and have a look at the team stats for everyone who loves that. All right, where were we? Jamie Elliott there. Little forward there for the Maggies. He's on to 12 disposals so far in this match with 7 kicks, 5 handballs, 2 marks a tackle. He's kicked 1 goal, 1. I took a nice mark in the forward line. Of course, instead of taking the set shot, played on around the player and snapped truly. So it was good to see him doing well. Archie Perkins there with 10 touches there for the Bombers with the 1 goal off his 7 kicks. Ned Long there for the Pies with the 10. Let's keep going down. Who else have we got there? Nate Caddy there for the Bombers. Well, he's been a little bit quiet, hasn't he? Just the 9 touches, 6 kicks, 3 handballs. Just the 1 behind. As Andy McGrath for the Bombers also just the 8 disposals, 4 and 4. DeGoey not really coming into the game yet. We hope to see him show a bit in the second half. Of course, there's a few other players there. And of course, Goldstein not having much impact on the game so far there for the Bombers with just 7 disposals, 17 hitouts, 2 kicks, 5 handballs. Harry Perryman, well, another one who's a little bit quiet there for the boys, and as is Isaac Kako, although he did take a nice mark in that second term for the Bombers. Shanked the kick, went to the Bombers and slotted it through for a goal. So things can happen even when you do shank it. Looking at some of the key players there for the Magpies up forward, Brody Mychek's only had 2 touches, 2 handballs. Not a kick yet, not a chance on goal. Daniel McStay also, who's normally pretty good there at shots on goal. He's only had the 1 kick, 2 tackles, 3 hitouts. That is it. And Bobby Hill still yet to touch the ball in this game for the Magpies. Let's have a little bit of a look at the team disposals. And here we go. There's not a great deal in it. Only 12 disposals, the difference in this game today. It's plus 12 to the Maggies. It's just plus 4 kicks, plus 8 handballs. Inside 50s, both teams getting plenty of opportunity there. Of course, the Pies had most in the opening term. The Bombers most in the second term. 30 inside 50s for the Magpies, 11 scoring shots, so their efficiency isn't the greatest. The Bombers 25 inside 50s for their 8 scoring shots. Disposal around the ground, well, it's not going to be 100% or close to it today, folks, because it's been a bit wet and drizzly and slippery, the ball. So there's going to be a few turnovers, etc. like that in the game. 71%. Well, the Pies are still going on their season average. The Bombers a little bit under there at 64. They need to lift that up in their that area. Of course, efficiency inside 50, both teams a little bit low there. Not many free kicks happening out there today. You'd think there'd be a few more in these weather conditions out there. Just 8-6, Pies by 2, 14 total for the match. Not too much. I think in these big games, the umpires do tend to allow the play to go on, and just those ticky-touch ones they just call play on, which is great. I wish they'd do that a little bit more often. Stoppages, hit-outs, the Bombers in front there, plus 5 in the hit-outs. The clearances, though, Collingwood there, plus 9. Centre clearances, Bombers brought that back. 7-6, it's only plus 1 to the Pies. So the Bombers doing good there. Stoppage clearances, though, Collingwood on top there, 16-8. Possessions contested, both teams contesting the ball pretty well out there today, 67-69. Uncontested, Bombers gradually clawing their way back there. Only 17 the difference there. Of course, the Pies above what they normally do. Bombers on target to be pretty square. Marks all square, 46 apiece. Marks inside 50. Of course, both teams having chances there inside their 50. Both teams on season average contested marks. Bombers a little bit stronger in that contested area. All right, folks, we are about a minute away from the bounce of the ball for the second half. This is going to be a ring-a-ding-ding second half. Who's it going to be? Will Collingwood get the momentum back and stretch that margin, or will Essendon continue with the momentum they showed in the second quarter? Will they take the lead and make this game another classic Anzac Day game? Who knows? I tell you what, folks, all I know is this is an exciting game, as it always is. All right, let's head back down to the ground, and we're going to take you to the bounce of the ball for the second half. It's the Magpies by 8 points.
2 subs. Discussion about half-time about when they might be implemented, but at the moment it's as you were as we head into this third quarter. Todd Goldstein's played such little footy, just a handful of AFL games, 14 last year at his new club. Second oldest player in the competition. He's just the sort of player who will just take on any job.
What do you think about Jordan Lewis at half-time? Suggested that Goldie come off the ground, and I like the idea of getting Menzies on, who's been a goal kicker in recent times, but a big call getting Goldie off.
$4 just a couple of weeks ago. Those two will be pivotal. A wink from Nick Dacos, a nod to the umpire, and we're ready to go in the third quarter. Goldstein had the better of the tap. Dacos, who kicked the first goal of the match, gets the first kick, you call it that, of the second half. That's more like a kick. Inside they go. Embry leaning on Reed, but done well to provide it.
Has had some moments, hasn't he?
He has. A couple of big one-on-one wins, guys. He's going to set marks.
To Martin. He's beckoning his teammates to come up just like that. Peter Wright obliged as Martin flies past, but is ignored. Merritt calls for it down the line, an unlikely tall target. That's where the kick goes, though. Maynard was ready to sip a fist into it, which he did with relish. And the footy is over the line and out of bounds. Everyone just settling in for what promises to be an absorbing second half. The rain is light for now, but it's continuous. It's been a factor. Goldstein again to Merritt. Dacos, Durham just a yard off. So Dacos cornered but controlled. Long, a slight fumble allows Shield in. Dacos still able to get a hand and partially smother it. And then Shield is forced over the boundary line and out of bounds.
So the Durham Nick Dacos matchup continues. Call it a tag, call it a matchup, call it a run with, call it what you want. They're the two that are so influential in that second quarter.
Inside the 50 for the Bombers. Shield had access but fumbled. Gresham trying to craft something. A kick to the top of the square. Will that do the trick? Caddy came out, got dragged off it.
No tackle. Pyramid's had some really good moments as well. He's added plenty to this group.
Caddy and Kako, it's a big stage for 19-year-olds. He's trying to get a full grasp of it all. Frampton to clear the area. Houston didn't hang on. Merritt closes. Lipinski with a hand pass. It's still in dispute. Maynard to shut it down. Side bottom, trying to keep it alive. Langford's kick went nowhere initially, then up to Caddy and off to Dersma. Couldn't make anything of it. Frampton on a very short kick claims them up.
Locked into that back pocket though. Looks up along the southern side and indicates that's where he's headed, true to his word. Equal numbers in the air. Goldstein got a fist to it. Well, he didn't get a fist to it because Mackay had to claim the mark. Keep it in the Essendon half.
Brody Mychek's had 2 kicks for the game, so he's another one of those forwards that Jason's referred to. Needs to find some footy.
Just trying to open up the ground a little bit on a secure path forward. Essendon trying to get into their kick mark mode, but Pryor having a tough time identifying the right place and the right person to go to. And speak of the Collingwood Devil, Mychek takes an intercept mark. He's a long way from home, but he'll take that for now. Son of it, former Essendon player, of course. Jack, good work to Lipinski and off to Nick Dacos again. That's progression, although the kick is in time to go placed. And again, no intercepting belief of Reed. Spots Martin and all the Bombers are on their way, although there was a parlous for a moment, but they're out now through that man Durham.
Merritt is set up on the wing. He'll roll and open up the possibilities. Caddy's his target. Can he meet his moment? He can.
This is exciting. So this is what they've got some aerial presence or superiority in the back half with Zach Reed start to mark it. If this bloke can start to jump out, Jace, how exciting.
Ladies taboo in a Dreamtime clash. First go at Anzac Day. Caddy swings it through. That's something on which to build for the youngster. And again, the Bombers pulled back to 2.
Fantastic. What a way to start the second half for the Bombers. And I love the transition from half-back as. So it was Nick Dacos that turned it over going inside 50. What do the Bombers do? They use Durham on the way out. So he finds space. He's able to get involved in the rebound. And all of a sudden they transition it from D50 to forward 50. And again, we've spoken about the Bombers' ability since quarter time to start winning some one-on-ones. This time it's Caddy.
In the air as well, Jay. So already this quarter they've taken 3 contested marks. So it's all been... So Zach Reed in the back half took one, then Ben Mackay takes one in the back half against Mychick, and then Caddy takes a contested mark and kicks the goal. Really good start for the Bombers.
5 of the last 6 belong to Essendon. They Caddy 5 goals for the season now. Back in the middle, Hunter's on for the footy. There's a whistle on play, and it's an Essendon free given Shield. And quickly they spread on all angles, Essendon. He ignores the overtures and handballs instead to Ridley. He came in a hurry. Caddy on the hot hand perhaps. Gresham to the outside. It bobbles for Dersma. A contained kick to Kako. Wow.
Imagine if they just, on Anzac Day, go Caddy to get within 2 and Kako to put him in front. The Bomber fans will go nuts.
It hasn't been easy this year for Caddy or Kako to live up to the hype of the pre-season. He's scored tremendous effort in his 5 games so far. We saw his great mate Caddy put through a goal just after half-time. And now he has done it as well. It's a goal that puts Essendon in front and shows that they belong on this stage. 6 of the last 7 goals. What a transformation.
Has been such a great turnaround, hasn't it? Not necessarily a clearance this time, it's a free kick. But that's okay. All of a sudden, the things that were coming so easily for Collingwood early in the game are so incredibly difficult. They can't win the clearances. They're not going forward at will. Essendon have tightened everything up. They've become much more competitive. I don't know what Brad Scott said to them, but whatever it was, it has worked. They have turned this around on the space, on the back of competitiveness.
Exactly, Jason. And you see Caddy come charge out. I wish he had got his arms out. That would have been the icing on the cake, but it's exciting.
The challenge squarely back with Collingwood. Goldstein trying for centre fields. Durham, who with a clearance for your life. Off to Merritt. High inside the 50. Langford. Couple come to thwart the efforts. Perryman and Josh Dacos. Lipinski's job to find a target. And Nick Dacos is just that.
Since quarter time, +7 in contested footy, +7 inside 50s for the Bombers.
Not a whole lot to work with. Long down the line to a milling pack. Reed again had best purchase. Ridley's been a great sparring partner for him. Dersma, Perkins, Quayner's got other ideas. The quick steal now. Hill gets his first look. He doesn't waste it either. Right to Elliott. He wants to go for De Goey or Hill, who kept on going. And Bobby's got it.
Well, I think the kick was meant for De Goey, truth be told. But Bobby Hill just kept running. We mentioned he has to get involved. He's capable of turning a game in the space of 10 minutes. And he gets his chance here to go bang, bang. A couple of quick possessions and maybe a goal.
Lining up for his first Anzac Day goal. 3rd time he's been here.
He's asking how long because he can't see it on the scoreboard.
Bobby Hill's on the move. It's across the face. Slides in from behind.
Well, the Bombers, the Pies now would like to lock this in their half. Give their defenders a little bit of a breather. As we said, giving up 6. I think they're +7 inside 50 since quarter time. So the territory game's swung on its head.
Roberts looking so comfortable at the level for a youngster. Caddy flies, matched in the air by Frampton. It's a Collingwood ball to go. He tries to force the issue and fails. The Bombers winning the critical contest time and time again. Heaved away by Caddy to a potentially dangerous spot for either team. Towed forward involuntarily by Goldstein. A wealth of Collingwood players. Houston to Frampton, and they can set up through Lipinski from the right wing. Scrounging ball, Pryor body lines it and did it well. His left foot carries the distance, but there wasn't a lot of thought involved in that. Collingwood still had the remnants from the previous play. And it's Cameron's intercept mark. Back through the middle, eyeing off Houston, ultimately connects.
Third intercept for Darcy Cameron. Pryor's got to be better than that. He's got to know that he sets himself behind the ball like that.
Being wooed by his tall keys. In the end, he just goes long to it. The majority of them were standing. Bobby Hill from the pocket! Welcome in, Bobby! Bobby's here on Anzacday, making things happen. Taking Collingwood back to the lead. When you need a spark, what about that for a goal?
I've said it all now. I think that's just about the impossible kick. He kicked the drop punt. You can't do that from that angle.
He's pretty happy with himself, I know.
Extraordinary. So Zach Merritt's a little bit ball watching. You can't kick that drop punt from there.
There's a very narrow gap, and he's split it. As the momentum goes to the boundary, so the ball's going to go that way. Take a bow, Bobby. Take a bow indeed. And to put them back in front too, which I think is really important. When you've given up quite a few goals in the manner that they have, you've got to hit back hard, and they've just got their nose back in front here, the Pies.
The forwards who have been stone cold at either end are defining this third term. Collingwood by 3. Cameron clean down the side, but Sheila had him the whole way.
So you get a feeling she's going down the wire again, which is something given the first 20 minutes. We thought it might have opened up big time.
Wright's in the ruck. Durham had a mind to pump it in.
The still side bottom's about to have his 22nd possession. He's had 8 clearances.
He uses Pendlebury. 2 medalists of the past have been influential again. Up to full forward. McStay's out of position.
And he's out of form, out of touch today. Dan McStay, they need him competing and bringing that ball to ground.
The intercept marking of Ridley and Reid. It's Pryor whose task it is to get the Bombers out of deep defence. Houston's got to run up this pack. Caddy as well. It disrupts to the back for a throw.
Yeah, 14-10 the intercepts. So it looks promising, doesn't it, from a back half point of view for the Bombers. If Reid can continue to develop in the manner that he has, we know Ridley's a really good player. Redmond's a good player. And then you got Big Ben Mackay, who's at the moment done a good job on mind check.
Chris Roves the tap. Pendlebury worked it forward in a hurry. Nick Dacos in the jam. Long gets a yard or 2. Coming the other way, Roberts, though. Centre field. Couldn't find his target. With throwing.
Tense time for the Collingwood and Essendon coach. Shallow throw. Wright was competitive. Pendlebury always is. Centre field.
So I'm waiting for I'll get Kingy to keep an eye on that sub for the Essendon Footy Club. I think you have an itching finger ready to pull it, I reckon, to get him involved. John Menzies.
Dacos on the move, which makes him extra dangerous. The hand pass creative to Houston. Knew to go long. Couldn't take the bundle with him. Goes and tries to restore order. But it's Essendon through Hobbs. A slam kick forward. Playing that tough day to take a one-hander. A little bit of a shove on Caddy. And he pokes the whistle from the umpire. Just come thick and fast for the Magpie fans. Caddy looking to take the kick quickly. As the forward 50 fills. It came from the instep. It's gone straight to Bobby Hill. Suddenly chock full of confidence. Turns it Collingwood's way. Had to wait a beat or 2. To the pixel of better ahead. Locates Elliott, who has runners to the right. He has targets to the left. He goes to Josh Dacos. And then to Lipinski, who puts it out in front of Fembry.
Well, it's the raw and naked ambition of youth that can excite you, can get you into trouble. And all of a sudden, that caddy thought he could kick it 78 metres across goal and find someone on the other side. And Bobby Hill was awake to it.
How costly will that turnover prove to be? Tim Membry has made a living on accurate set shots. His third AFL club, his first Anzac Day experience at the MCG. He has 2 goals behind him. As the day goes on, it gets harder and harder to kick these long goals. And it just moves a little too far to the right.
Redmond, his team trailing by 4 points. He's got Mackay in the pockets. The switch across the face wasn't there, so he was told to bring it down the line, and that means Caddy has to fly. Caddy's getting himself to contest after contest. No one stands the mark, takes some yards, works it just a bit too strong for Perkins.
No, he's just got to keep presenting. Nate Caddy, that's what he's doing. There's a fantastic target up the line, long target, strong in the air. It's got to be a little bit cleaner, maybe less bite, less off.
Wright's doing the ruck work for the time being. Might have been better to take it himself, set it up for to go instead. Long. He'll give them a look inside 50. Membry led the way. McStay couldn't quite gather the first. Has it now. Long. What will he do? He takes them on inside and passes it around to Pendlebury. He sees the game so well. Chris Camp wide.
Just living in their half at the moment, Jace. They've had 21 forward half intercepts for the game.
Embry, McStay, Hoskin, Elliott, the deep targets. Spoil made safely. Elliott, I think he got it! The full lunge! Elliott with his second. The opportunist's goal.
And the key to this being able to be kicked was the kick in from Chris. So you kick to that danger spot. It's got to be a good 15 metres out from goal. The big spoil came, but it didn't go all the way through for a behind. So look where he kicks it. He's kicked it outside the 10-metre square. The big spoil from right couldn't get all the way there before Elliott could get back. He's Johnny on the spot with the boot, and they pick up a goal.
It's a great point. And also the best way to try and dull some of this dominance that Essendon have had is to keep the ball in your forward half. And since they gave up the lead when Kako kicked that goal, they've kept it in their half. Their forward half intercept game, as I said, 21 for the match. That's the AFL average. We're halfway through the third quarter.
Kicked it with his studs. Any part of the boot, any part of the leg below the knee will do.
Now the Collingwood fans find voice. The Cutton thrust of it all. Goldstein, 56-year-old legs. Heave Essendon forward, right, not in right position. Kako again. Back to Hobbs and then to Martin, and Kako is buzzing everywhere. Into the pocket, shallow entry. Gresham can't get hold of it. Overrunning at Houston. Suddenly it's Hobbs! The natural! Essendon hit back. How good is this day?
Well, every time it looks like one team's getting a little bit of momentum, the other bounces back. And this time, I don't think Dan Houston's had a particularly great day. There's been a few ground balls where he just hasn't either committed or hasn't knocked up. That was a little bit lackadaisical the way he approached it that. And then the ball spills out. The Bombers kick the goal, but I don't think he'll like looking at it. You can see Hobbs is front and square. Houston's got first bite at it. That's just very average effort.
Was, Jay. It's got to be harder at that in the contest. They were dominating these one-on-ones in the opening quarter. Collingwood, they were winning that ball and it was gone up the other end, but to Essendon's eternal credit, they're up for the fight. They're back in it.
There goes Ben Hobbs, 4 points in it. Goldstein and Shield will be cut off by Lipinski. Long tried the link up and missed Houston. Merritt is closing. Houston got worked off it. Long. Collingwood had enough numbers around it. Pairing them, no good.
You're showing that they're fallible, Gaz. They're not handing a little bit of the heat.
No, it's been a whole different game since halfway through that second quarter. Ed Long, shocking handball, good enough to go and clean his mess up though.
Hobbs up to the contest. Caddy reached up. Can still get it underneath, but not with sufficient space to do anything about it.
I'm enjoying Caddy. It was a famous Collingwood name. Right there. I love what Caddy's been doing here as a key forward. Not big numbers, but big contests.
Shields busy at the stoppages. Dersma, Roberts, across his boot.
And that's one of the hardest things to learn. Although he's had 14 touches, which is, I'd nearly say, would be a career high, but it's not so much the touches for him right now, and that's the message you've got to keep giving him as Dyson Heppel looks on an Anzacday medalist.
Everyone wants to be here on a day like today. 5 touches this quarter for Caddy.
Chewing on the coffee cup, the tension of it all, and it might get further to Lipinski. He stumps it up at half forward. It has to be dealt with. Reed getting back. And just with his momentum, he just let it carry him over.
He's the other one. So they've got some talent. They've got some right-sized talent to work with.
They're 11th on the ladder, but on match ratio, if we had such a thing, they'd be in the 8. So their form is sound enough, but this is a whole different level. They're taking up to the ladder leaders in Collingwood, who have won 5 in a row. Crisp and Pendlebury, a couple of old wise hands, and a precocious Nick Dacos, but it's just not quite happening between them either, is it?
So that's the game, Hunter, isn't it? That's the.
But in the first quarter, Gaz, all those hand passes would have linked up and got their way through.
That's the pressure note, isn't it? That's the game we're at right now.
3 goals to 2-2 for the quarter, Essendon's favour. Stay got it to his own advantage. A good little win. Pendlebury can still use a dance step or two. McCreary gets away from him, and again an imperfect entrance.
He puts the hand up to apologise, though. He knows it wasn't his best. He's still got the hand up. Apologising to all and sundry for that kick, Scotty Pendlebury.
Hasn't had a lot to say sorry for with disposals over the years, has he? And it's McStay. This time he's worked under it by the experienced Goldstein to a one-on-one ball. Became a one-on-none as Howe took Langford to ground. His boot came off, and so too his ability to compete. Howe fires it in to Medlock.
Long has a look at the deep targets.
We should be thinking about that last kick from Crisp and the spot that they want to hit.
The launching pad to the hot spot. It reaches the back. Hoskin Elliott keeps it alive, feeds it out for Membry, has support for Perryman, looking for his second. He's left it just a yard or two short. He scored with greater determination that time. 5-point leaders.
Bombers with a quick exit to Shield, quick but considered. A hand on the way out to centre field. Crisp got in his face. Great time to break up the play and then deliver on a platter. Skipping into the pocket was Jamie Elliott.
Well, we told you about the forward half intercepts. The average AFL average is 21. They were at 21 halfway through their second quarter, and they did it again right there. Forward 50 intercept, in fact, turnover. Jamie Elliott, you're backing from here.
From one pocket, Bobby Hill. From the other, I'll give you Jamie Elliott's his 3rd goal. And his 300th of his career. And what a way to do it. Collingwood re-establish a slight but important lead of 11 points.
Another great celebration. It was great work from Jack Crisp, the man who draws level with Jim Steins in consecutive games. Just still doing it. Still doing the team things that have got him selection in 244 consecutive matches, and then a beautiful kick into the pocket, Elliott making the space.
So, Jason, I told you Collingwood have had 9 of the last 10 9 of the last 10 inside 50s. It surprises me a bit, but it's the fact that they've been able to keep the footy even in their forward half, so they might lose possession, and then it goes back in. And that's a little bit of an alarm bell here for the Bombers.
The moment they were headed, Collingwood have locked back in. An 11-point lead. Durham went to ground. Long tried to get it on. Merritt ferreting for it. Pendlebury settled it. He'll knock it on. Nick Dacos. He's bursting. He steers it low. Beautiful. good play by De Goey. Magnificent, magnificent. And straight through. Without delay. Collingwood reassert themselves.
Let's go back to the middle and have a look at it. I just see a little master at work here, and where Durham, well, they don't start together at centre bounce these days. Everyone just picks one.
No, well, they were a part of the spirit that actually had him picked up at the back of the stoppage here.
The pressure comes eventually from Durham, who almost gets a finger on him, but it's a good grab too.
Oh, great hands. Brilliant hands in the condition. I mean, he was having a shot for goal. He was being chased. You can have a look there. That's dead long at ground level. Just doing a bit of bull work. The tap over the back finds Dacos. He's thinking goal. But that is a brilliant set of hands from Jordan De Goey.
That's a great response. It is a superb response as the rain comes.
He's had a disrupted start to the year, Jordan De Goey. He's a powerful force in front of the sticks. His 5th goal of the season. Collingwood's first out of the centre circle for the day. It starts from there again. Sideboard, the kick just squirting out towards the wing. McCreary, great commitment from both players, but from Roberts especially. Suddenly Essendon are on the back foot. That's to Collingwood's credit. It looks as if Lockie Sullivan mightn't be far away. Another about to experience the grandeur of the day for the first time. 27 years of age, mature age recruit. What a momentous occasion it will be for him. Just squeezed it in, but maybe that was to the Bombers' advantage. Taken care of by Jones, and then socked away by Pat Lipinski. Sometimes, as the Collingwood coaches are in conference, sometimes I think it could have been paid potentially there against Lipinski.
This is as one-on-one as you're likely to see footy in the modern era right now.
Goldstein reaching over the top. Read it beautifully down to Jones, sees it to another one-on-one. Langford got the better of Howe, then he had to reckon with Craner as well. Frampton the subject of a tackle, which was secured successfully.
Did well, Craner. Might have been a bit stiff not to get the free kick there, but he was there to support Jeremy Howe, who was beaten in the one-on-one. Langford just couldn't hang on to the mark.
Essendon need a goal as conditions deteriorate. Jones committed himself long as well. It spills out. Durham kept it around and then went through his whole body at it. McGrath, Merritt didn't see the blindside tackle. Pity on him. Check unrewarded.
He had opportunity, I think, Jace.
Well, that was it. I didn't think he had prior opportunity, but I think others thought he was considering his options.
Cameron the tap. Side bottoms on the mop-up. Lipinski. Arched the back to keep himself clear. Membry's outnumbered. Mackay didn't deal with it, but has support underneath. So the Bombers will get out of a tight spot. Roberts down the wing. Collingwood have numbers. Cameron reaches up. Stopped it in flights.
Really good body work from Frampton, just to move Peter Wright out of the way and allow Darcy Cameron access to the footy.
So 4 intercept marks for Big Darcy.
Daniel McStay is in the rooms at the moment, and we think he could be the one to be subbed out.
Well, if the rain keeps coming, Hutto, it's probably not a disaster.
No. And back on Collingwood's terms for now. They lead by 17 points. They have the footy in the hands of Pat Lipinski. Late change of mind was a good one to Nick Dacos. What can he imagine here? Look at that. Out of the chest of Ned Long. And what a response this is from Collingwood.
It's been really impressive. And that man, Nick Dacos, involved again. And Durham's looking around saying, I'm standing on the mark. So either come and relieve me of that, or you can't do it after a period of time, of course, because he'd give a 50 away. Someone's got to cover Dacos, who's had another massive third quarter.
What a rise it's been for Ned Long. Just his 4th game at the G. And, of course, his first on Anzac Day. The former Hawk really made a name for himself as a magpie. A long goal to extend Collingwood's lead to 23 points over the US. And then
I don't know that there's many better players in the competition than Nick Dacos at finding that short target just inside 50. He sums up quickly. We saw a little chip kick earlier in the game that just found a teammate in space. In fact, it might have been Long, but he chipped it over to him as well in the last quarter. But this time he finds Ned Long with a low dart, not a chip kick. He had a little avenue to kick through, and he found it beautifully.
The thing about those targets, they're there all the time, James. They're there all the time in games of footy that we watch week after week after week.
It takes a good kick to hit.
Well, why don't other players take the option is beyond me. But This has been magnificent. He's had, look, credit to Nick Dacos. He's had 9 touches this quarter, and he's had 4 inside 50s off his own boot, and it's just setting up goals left, right, and centre.
Sub is official. I think it's a knee issue for Daniel McStay. Sullivan on.
Nick Dacos is there again on the burst. He puts the Pies to a dangerous location to go. He couldn't quite get the hill, but stopped it with his toe. Was so clever. McGrath, though, he's going to salvage for a moment, but it's only going to be for a moment. Cameron, Josh Dacos, shallow to Chris.
And what we're seeing from Nick Dacos this quarter, Gaz, is doing it against the Bombers skipper, Zach Merritt. That's the matchup.
Will Chris do? He'll play around the perimeter, and Josh can really wind this up. Lipinski has a run at it. Sky hand, probably gave away the free kick.
Well, they've controlled the game by 24 uncontested marks to 13 again, like they did at the start of this game.
Is it an unrealistic attempt if you actually get a hand to it?
Normally that's okay.
Does McLear's Howe set himself with the spoil? Langford's no room.
So 15-6 inside 50s for the quarter after Caddy and Kako kicked the first 2. It's been all one-way traffic for the Magpies.
Looking for solutions, Brad Scott. The bench have made the forks change. There's Cameron to do the lone ruck with. How about that from side bottom? Still got all the tricks in the bag towards full forward. Lovely juggling effort. And really able to come away with the footy and contain the damage. Gets it to Dursma. He was looking to find a way out. It wasn't a very convincing kick. In fact, barely going to stay in the field and play. Caddy's fingertip right. 2 minutes 20 remaining in a third term, which of late has been dominated by Collingwood. They've kicked the last 3 goals. The game back on their terms. Cameron to the front. Durham, Dacos in tackle mode. Side bottom in Pendlebury. And Lipinski, he knew who he wanted to get it to. He just couldn't manage it. Caddy, dead giveaway that it's come off the boot on the full. Couldn't hide his disappointment. And side bottom's footy for the Magpies.
Is it the full clearances this quarter? 12 for the match now. Still side bottom. Still doing amazing work.
It's incredible what he's doing at this stage of his career.
He's set a fair old challenge there.
I don't think he's ever done that ever in his career, has he? Played on and kicked it out the full like that. He's in all Australian form. That's saying something at this stage.
It's only 5 off the top of the coaches' votes, I think. 24.
So Roberts, Essendon look for an entry that they haven't had for a long time.
Yes, that was a good decision. It was that time Caddy didn't get anywhere near the footy.
Kekko just stays in the area with Howe. Dispatched now. Frampton up to the next contest. Cameron sets himself for it. Goldstein with the spoiled ground ball. Side bottom is there. Had an age to work out what to do with it. Lipinski couldn't quite.
We're seeing a little bit more long up the line because it is so one-on-one now, Gaz. There isn't the pockets of space and loose players to play that uncontested brand of football.
They've kicked 5 of the last 6, Collingwood, so they're happy with a minute and a half on the clock just to see this stay boundary side.
Sideline on the fly, just so clean. He wants Bobby, numbers are against him. Okay, so it's Jones's ball by one method or other. Kako gets motoring, Josh Dacos is with him. Oh, Josh somehow conjured the footy away from the youngster.
Wow.
He's been prolific, Josh Dacos. He's gone for Degelli and Myercheck. Ball loose and over the boundary.
So where's the spark going to come from? 23 points. We've seen that they've been able to claw that back today already. That was out to 27 after Memory kicked his second goal of the second quarter. But it's hard to see. The Magpies look to be very much back in control.
Now Durham goes back to Dacos. It's interesting the way they haven't had a hard one all the time.
I reckon it's mainly Durham.
It has been, but the last few I've seen, it's been Merritt on him at stoppages.
Hill was threatening again. Tackle put paid to that clearing kick from centre field. Hangs again, and Josh Dacos has got it again.
Why's that Taco's going to go over and go? He played on a thief today. He was pickpocketing him twice.
Maynard sneaking behind, but he's duly ignored. High ball. Towers down there competing as well, would you believe? Pendlebury, it opens up for the champ. No. He'd dearly love to kick another Anzac Day goal.
He could have pulled out the good driver in heavy traffic there. He had a whole 36 blokes around him and just somehow found the room to make space to get a shot away.
Everyone knows their obligation.
Ridley. Spicati and Langford, they'll need a crummer here, the Bombers, and Redmond is there to be just that. Meanders away, Goldstein. The link-up run of Roberts to keep himself viable. Perkins, they're going to run out of time for a late entry. Collingwood impose themselves again on the way to three-quarter time.
Led by their superstars, Nick Dacos with 10 disposals, Scott Pendlebury with 10, Lipinski was big with 9, and Josh Dacos inside bottom with 8 and 7. So that's the site at the MCG. And now grey evening, which is starting to take hold. Still a bit of rain around Essendon. They've got a Herculean task ahead. If they're going to be competitive, they did it earlier. Could they do it again?
Smelly mouth guard.
All right. Let's not go to the ad. All right, folks, let's get back here to the football. It's the Magpies. Can you believe it? The Magpies. 11-9-75, leading the Bombers 8-3-51. The Bombers putting on 3 straight goals in that third term. The Magpies, 5 goals, 4. Hallelujah, brother. Hallelujah. Whew, I tell you what, this game has got ebbs and flows, swings and swings. You just don't know what's going to happen in the last quarter. Look, I know it's 24 points of difference, 24 points, but we saw how the Bombers just went bang, 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 bang in that second term, and then hit the front in the third term. Tell you what, this game isn't over. 4 goals, it can be got pretty quick, as we saw in the second term from the Bombers. Sunset Wanderer, how you going, brother? What's happening? Go Pies, big bad boy. That's it, need the Pies. Used to put Menzies out. I went to school players, soccer and footy with him. Oh, there you go, Santa. Oh, well done. Ice Baby, welcome in to the live. Good to see Icy in the live chat today. And, of course, how good, I'm not going to say it again, but how good the Pies got their game back, took the momentum back. But you know what? I'm not writing off anyone at the moment. This game is still in the balance, I think. 4 goals. Look, this is an Anzac Day game, folks. An Anzac Day game, and anything can happen. Anything can happen. Let's just have a quick squiz. Let's have a quick squiz at the disposal getters. Let's have a quick look at the goal scorers. Let's see where we're going there. Jamie Elliott had a cracking third term there. He's up to 3 goals. Whew, a little beauty. Tim Membry up to 2 for the Maggies. Harry Perryman with 1. Braden Maynard, Ned Long, and of course Jordan Nagowie, Bobby Hill and Nick Dacos, all single goal scorers. Good to see Bobby Hill come alive a little bit, although only 4 possessions, 4 kicks, 1 goal, 1. Kicked a goal that just shouldn't be kicked. Tell you what, he can certainly cause some magic out there. For the Bombers, Sam Durham with 2. Peter Wright, Archie Perkins, Cole Langford, Isaac Kako, Ben Hobbs are the single goal scorers with Nick Caddy. Just having a look at the disposal getters just before we head back there, because this game is absolutely exciting and it's going to be underway in just a couple of minutes. Josh Dacos, there's the man I think is going to be best on ground today. I think he was pivotal in the Pies' opening term. Third term, I think he's just he's been the glue that's held them together. He's been fantastic. Still Sidebottom's had a great game also on 28. Scotty Pendlebury, the old boy, 26. Nick Dacos hasn't really starred today. Done his job, though, with 24. So it's good to see some of the others getting a bit of limelight. And, of course, his brother, Josh Dacos, which is probably under wraps. Anyway, Archie Roberts there for the Bombers and Zachy Merritt, both on 20. Best for, of course, the Bombers there. Dylan Shield on 19, so a few of the Bombers having a reasonably good game there. Jamie Elliott, as I said, up to 16 touches. He's having a good game. Coming into the game well, exerting his influence there on the game with 10 kicks, 6 handballs, 5 marks, 3 goals, 1. Can he slot a couple more? As I said, this is Anzac Day game. Dan Houston's having a bit of a quiet one for the Magpies. Not doing a great deal. But there we go. There are your stats. We're going to get back down to the ground in a minute. Just let me roll through these And you're always happy to pause this if you're watching this live or later on. Jamie Elliott and Brandon Maynard, my favourite players. I tell you what, Maynard kicked a goal there. Paul Maynard kicked a goal, got the handball and kicked it from about 52. Slotted it through when the Pies needed it late in the second term. So that was great to see him with a goal. I think that's Braden Maynard. I think that's 4 goals for him so far for the season. And of course, all the Pies supporters love him and love to see him snare a goal for the team. All right, folks, that's enough of me. We are 35 seconds away from the bounce of the ball for the final term. Anzac Day game here today. It's the biggest home and away game of the season on the calendar. And I'm glad everyone is here, tuned in to listen to it with me. All right, it's the Magpies by 4 goals. Go Pies! Let's head back down to the commentators. They'll take us into the final quarter.
Imagine the Menzies going to be on, if not straight away, then pretty quickly.
Harry Jones has ice on the ankle.
Okay, so that would be, I could pull that trigger straight away anyway. So, absolutely sensational. Kicked 5 of the last 6 goals, led by their quartet of superstars in the Dacos brothers, Benro. Well, Lipinski's not a superstar, but he's a damn good player. They had 37 touches between them that quarter. And Jace, 12 clearances to steal side.
13 now, 13.
He's chasing down the record of Nick Dacos, who had 15 in one of his many, many brilliant games.
He's going to start on the bench to begin the fourth quarter still, Simon. He's the best man on the ground tonight. Clearly, I wouldn't be resting him for too long.
Nick Dacos is the captain. So maybe he said, off you go, son.
It's like cricket or something.
Don't get my record. So this is, they need to kick the first 2 to get some excitement. The rain coming down a little bit heavier, the lights taking full effect. It's a dreary night, but still making it cold. But for the game's sake, they need to belt one out inside, belt a goal in the first couple of minutes.
The Collingwood instructions were predictable. Deep entries and territory marked up on the whiteboard to match the conditions and a 4-goal lead. It's a stiff assignment for the Bombers, and they reconscious some of what they did in that second term. Into the last stanza we go. Durham just fumbled it on the way out. Same for Nick Dacos. It slides around. Durham trying to feed it out, did so. Set of Fields and Redmond. Menzies' first involvement, hugs it to his chest.
So it is Harry Jones. I don't know if you were speculating or you knew that, but he's out. Menzies on.
Menzie up to half forwards. It's not the easiest mark to take in the conditions.
So what has to do, Jace? Push up hard and just try and force turnovers, so not from their defensive 50. They've got to try and turn it over, at least in the middle part of this crowd.
Up to a milling pack of Cameron Sands. Taken by Goldstein. Hobbs links it up with Redmond. Trying to find the way back through the middle. Gresham. Flears it out wide, so it's the long way home here. Roberts with footy in hands. Langford's coming from a long way back. Just worked underneath it by Quain Orson. He couldn't know.
It's interesting to watch Collingwood cover for each other. So Zach Merritt was being picked up by Howe for some reason, and Howe just went to the contest. And Merritt thought he'd duck out the back, and no sooner had he done that than Maynard just left Kako and took him. It didn't amount to anything, but it just speaks to how well connected they are.
So a premium on the first goal of the final term. Durham gives Essendon a chance. Right, holds his ground and can't quite hold on to the footy. Let's go down to John Ralph.
Chaos down here for most of the third quarter. The rain has sparked out the communication. So Collingwood had full communications. Essendon had very little, so weren't able to access their stats or their vision boards. Were able to communicate with the box, but it has been chaos. Finally, it is resumed though.
Thank you, Ralphie. The ball is in dispute, although the settle and Lipinski is claimed and caught by Peter Wright.
It's a really interesting development there, given that they kicked the first 2 goals of the game, got themselves out to a lead, and if that's when communications went down, which is not, I'm not sure how much of a bearing it has, but it certainly doesn't help. Great tackle. Our communications have been impacted by that shortage as well. So
he was having a quarter off.
If you're wondering where Kingy's been, he's not the bar, he's the Collins are there.
The other thing we haven't seen, there's been no countdown clock on the scoreboards, so it's pretty much by umpire discretion how long it takes to take the kick.
Well, this is a mammoth. 30-metre Peter, yes, it's through. He's kicked his second. And they have started the hike back.
And that might be the manner in which the goals come. You're not going to take the big marks in these conditions. We saw him competing moments ago for Anthem, able to spoil. But for a big man then to get involved here, follow up his ruck work with a good tackle, and then go back and kick the goal, you've got to throw caution to the wind here at Brest and just attack, get the ball forward, and then put the pressure on. We saw what it did in the back half of the second quarter. They've got to get back to that relentless fashion.
So the thing is, they've got to kick them and they can't allow the opposition to get them because they've got to kick 5 goals to win. So that's step one.
The best way to defend is have the ball in the forward half.
Hobbs to Nick Dacos, Durham was with to Goey. So Hobbs took hold. No rush. Pendlebury's on the break. Being predictable. Nick Dacos kept on going. They come at him. Hobbs stuck the tackle to at least impede the run. Josh Dacos is loose though. And they would go forward through Elliott.
We take that for granted that they maintain possession after they run themselves into a bit of a pocket. But Josh Dacos on his left foot's able to hit one.
Elliott will give them a look at the top of the square. Oh, it landed with Cameron, would you believe it? It carried all those fists and landed in the lap of the ruckman.
But where it landed, Jared, has consistently been the hot spot that they've tried to kick the ball to when they've been outside 15 metres out from goal. This is the danger spot. Now, everyone runs under it. Darcy Cameron just judges it the best.
Has not kicked a goal this season, but he is a noted goal-kicking ruckman. Now would be a good time. Darcy Cameron on the runway to repel that first goal from the Bombers. And Cameron does. Deep entries. David King's downstairs.
Welcome back, boys. I'm just wondering what sort of impact it would have bench communication-wise to player for a full quarter. The Essendon Football Club impacted, Collingwood not impacted, able to run full messages, give great intel to the players, strategic information for 30 minutes of footy. I mean, it is disarming the coaching in this game a fair bit.
In hindsight, you'd almost say they should shut
the others down, or have backup walkie-talkies. There's got to be some system in place so that one team's not disadvantaged.
There's going to be a talking point after the game. I'm not taking anything away from Collingwood because they've been outstanding. And Darcy Cameron's taken up to that stage 6 marks. 5 of them were intercept marks. So he's just thought change it up, but I'll go forward and take it.
And I am going back to the bar, guys.
Cameron's second effort was terrific, but so too McGrath. Repels to centre half forward. Can they break this up here a little? Merritt trying desperately to get it back to Dersman. Maynard and Josh Dacos put paid to that. And we grind to a halt with Sullivan and Queens. Collingwood's lead back at 24. The biggest for the match was 27. Essendon hit back and took the lead at one stage, but since then it's been all Collingwood. Merritt with a territory taker. Walked under the ball, was caddy illegally. Free kick. As Big Billy overplayed his hand just a fraction.
The thing is, if you use your body and you don't get a hand on it,
that's exactly right. If he hadn't touched the ball, I think he would have been okay, guys.
Yeah.
So he lifts him under, but then he's gone too far and he doesn't touch the footy.
By not touching the footy, you're telling the umpire, I've moved him that far under the footy, and I couldn't even get a hand on it.
The football was never my intent.
Kicked a critical goal. Has momentum swung to the Bombers in the third. They can't afford to miss. It's dead straight, and it carries. Caddy seconds. Essendon aren't going away, at least not yet. Can they do it at the back of their youngsters?
Let's go down to Johnny Ralph.
So I've spoken to the AFL's bench official here. We're in uncharted territory. So Essendon was granted permission to use mobile phones to get some of that communication up to the box there. Normally, of course, given the integrity concerns, they're not allowed to do that. But that was granted to them. So it's a significant story here. Thankfully, they had that communication restored. But even just looking at some of the injuries that we saw with Harry Jones, they wanted to see the mechanism of that. It's been a significant disadvantage for the Essendon Football Club.
That is another really good point, isn't it? Because they want to see vision of head knocks, for instance, in concussion, and also for other injuries as well. So it's a massive inconvenience.
18-point margin in Collingwood's favour.
You've got to get it to 12 points, Jared. They've got to get this down to 2 goals here.
This time against Nick Dacos. Durham drives it in. They can't get a contest as Howe read it best.
Well done. Great reading of play. Came from well back.
Perryman on the wraparound. Lipinski the target, knocked away by Dersma.
So we know how professional Collingwood have been over the years at this particular aspect of the game, being able to hang on or come from behind in last quarters. It's got to keep pushing Essendon. Got to be prepared to go down by 6 here in an attempt to win.
Goldstein will have to ruck all the way to the end. Hobbs central to a bit in this final term. Hobbs on the fly. There you go. 2-4 and 1 against. Everyone's got their instructions. It's a slow play going forward. Hobbs kicks to a contest. Off the fingertips of Cameron Kako. What a spin move and a roller. Caddy can't make anything off it. Off his knee, leg wise, throw it in.
That's a risk from Darcy Cameron. I reckon that's the one where you want to see him crash the ball over the boundary, not go for the intercept mark in the greasy conditions. Ball slips through the hands over the back. Bomber's able to keep it alive.
18 the difference. Still plenty of time. Langford has the backup ruckman, overpowered by Cameron. Merritt made his move. Having a tough time getting control of the footy with the Magpie defenders. Houston gave up and decided to concede. So Dan Houston played a game on Anzac Day with Port Adelaide and it fell on a weekend. And it's a different experience here at the MCG. It's so far a satisfying one from a team point of view. Howe, their leader defensively in the absence of their regular captain, right over his hands. At the back, the Pies try and work things out at close quarters, and McCreary receiving it from Myercheck. He's had a very quiet day. Just the 4 disposals for Brodie Myercheck.
+6 in clearance this quarter, Essendon. So this is their best chance right now.
Collingwood have cleared out the 50 for De Goey. Right, thrashes it down. Asking Durham to try and breach and get through it. He does to Kako. Well seen off by Quainer, and it sets Collingwood in motion. Sullivan, and they can ping off half-back. Crisp, high, Hill. A bit disorientated, removes McGrath. A little overzealous about his actions. So the ball's under pressure. He has to return it to McGrath. Ian Hayes takes off. David Sake the Crisp. Now it is De Goey versus Wrigley. And De Goey in the pocket. Has time on his side.
Andrew McGrath just wanted to keep the game moving.
He's done so well. The job that he's done on Bobby Hill's been fantastic.
Put inside Bobby Hill's head. I know that.
On a day like today, there are going to be mistakes. The question is, can you punish them? Not this time. Back to an even 3-goal ball game.
So there's an insight into the mindset of what you're going to get in this last 10 or 15
Well, they know they've got to take risks.
Yep. So the opposition got to be awake to it too, Jace, as they were then.
Set shot kicking from the Pies, not what you would necessarily expect, going at 50-50. Long kick in, side bottoms there again. Maynard out into the pocket to go. He's got the one-on-one with the ball wouldn't sit.
It's a good matchup, Ridley De Goey. When De Goey took that mark, I'm pretty sure it was Pryor that was the opponent in the goal square from the Nick Dacos kick in the third quarter. This is a much better matchup.
Collingwood push hard with a 3-goal lead. check to ruck against Wrights. Found separation. Spike Hill, almost genius.
Good result, though. I mean, if Collingwood have their way, they would love this just to degenerate into a stoppage game, deep in their forward line, and just lock it in.
Let's try that again, see if we can get it to happen. Right, won't concede the front as easily this time. Elliott tried. Smirecheck with a stern tackle. Bobby Hill over the shoulder. Not to be.
And that's what he's got to keep in mind, Bobby Hill. He's been soundly beaten today, but he can have an impact in the space of a couple of minutes, which might give Collingwood the breathing space just a win.
He has since half-time.
The Magpies have clogged this centre square up as well now, so...
Durham forced to go down the line. He tipped with the kick. Pride doesn't mark. None of it's easy. It's a free kick for it. Arm over the shoulder going to Anzacday Thursday.
So they're just not going to give them the corridor. He's looking in, he's looking in. He wants to get this going. We saw the mindset from McGrath. He looks in again and down the line. Win to Collingwood.
Volume goes up as we get closer to the finish line. Frampton and Howe, the disruptors in a milling pack. Perryman and Clay to find a way to get it forward, but Dersmer again. Have to release the hands, which he does to Pryor. Guiding kick, 2 Bombers there. Chest was protected well. Langford to his feet. Trying to move it quickly. Oh, there's openings up forward. A handball to Dersmer. It's his job. He sends it high. Not an easy ball to mark if you're forward, but if you're Jeremy Howe, you can just about do it with your eyes closed.
It's a good pair of hands in the wet conditions.
2 big intercepts from Howe in this last quarter.
Josh Dacos, who spent the day going, pauses to match the circumstances of the game. Meyercheck presents in the middle of this pack. Dersmer did well across the front.
Better go. Yeah, that's better.
Open it up to Roberts. Didn't switch the angles initially, and now he does. Martin had the horrors. Wins it back, overwhelmed. 3 sweated on him. Roberts tries to at least hold the fort, but he can't. Side bottom, brilliant smother coming the other way. Dersmer kept it in dispute. Tackles everywhere. I don't think Perryman had it. Flings out the way of Merritt. And now there's a chance. Had a bounce. Sets it up deep. Caddy's got to go. How the spoil. Pendlebury underneath. Just kept motoring. And he's found Sullivan.
Brilliantly defended by the Pies. What will they turn it into? Sullivan, a bounce. Spots Hill at half forward. He's got it this time. And now Elliott waiting in the goal square, screaming for it.
See, you just wonder at this stage of the game. So Caddy wasn't able to get back and present the target for Merritt because he'd been that far up the ground. Just wonder whether you've got to station someone deep. So you've got to get out there. Merritt wanted to go to the top of the square but couldn't get there. The 2-on-1, Collingwood win, comes down the other end and Jamie Elliott finds himself inside 50 on his own.
What a day he is having. 3 goals won, including his 300th. And now with the game tipped in Collingwood's favour. They lead by 19. Jamie Elliott back to haunt the Bombers again. It's the sort of goal that can settle a huge contest. And you're not surprised it's come from the boot of Jamie Elliott. A guttural scream from the Collingwood fans. It's theirs to lose now.
Pendlebury with a little banana pass coming out of defence. He might got that loose ball, and that's as open as the ground's been. Legs are getting tired. All of a sudden, there was oodles of space to run into. Bobby Hill double handles this. Lucky that he hung on to it, and then they had space to kick into. And the kick from Elliott was so good. You know it's a good kick when you turn and celebrate with your arms up as soon as it's left the boot. It wasn't even halfway to goals. He knew it was travelling.
Essendon fans are going to wake up in the middle of the night. Jamie Elliott in their nightmares. He's been outstanding again.
Quickly down to you, John Ralph.
So power has been restored. I've spoken to both the AFL spokesmen. They say that Collingwood had bench issues, as did Essendon. So Essendon may have had them for fractionally longer. But Laura Kane, of course, approved the use of 2 mobile devices in the bench and in the box as well. So both clubs were impacted. Thankfully, power is back on.
Sideboard, another clearance. Shared it with Nick Dacos. Elliott again. Tapped it on rather than taking the mark. McGrath underneath. Wants the boundary. Finds the boundary. Crowd 92,044.
Clearance number 14 for
Oh,
Sidebottom.
15's the record, Jason.
He is having a freakish afternoon.
So 4 for Elliott's clearance record pending for Sidebottom. The leadership of Nick Dacos, they're our contenders, aren't they?
Yeah.
Elliott fights away underneath.
Could become a multiple medal winner. Steel Sidebottom.
Nick Dacos won
2 years ago.
2023.
Sidebottom would be 9 years between Anzac medals.
I think he'd be getting my vote at the moment, Gav.
He was second to Nick Dacos a couple of years ago.
They've had the answers, haven't they, the Magpies? Essendon have been brave enough. They keep coming.
It's to a 3-on-2 against. Collingwood have numbers everywhere. Hoskin Elliott mown down by Merritt. So take the yardage up ahead, but again, the Pies quick to lead the contest. Howe, Frampton, Houston, Sidebottom, stripped of it by Merritt.
Merritt again.
Quaynor, Howe, over the boundary. Sarah Jones on the boundary.
Dylan Shield getting some work done to his hamstrings at the moment. Was cramping as he came off the ground, straight to the pickle juice and getting some work with the masseuses now.
Howe's had big moments in this last quarter. I think you've got to make him defend. You've got to give him an opponent. Don't let him play on his own terms.
Goldstein and Cameron. A rush kick forward takes the Pies to half forward, but again it's well controlled.
That's another contested mark, one-on-one for Zach Reid. One of the best games I've seen him play thus far. His body work has been outstanding.
He's taken 3 contested marks and 4 intercepts.
Dersma on down the line, and Wright prevails again, giving them a way forward, trying to renew their hopes. Deep into the pocket, Caddy. Howe puts paid to any hopes again.
It's the only thought. If you station one in the goal square, Jason, and just say you stay there, at least at that ball you can come back up at the kicker.
Mind you, you're probably not going to take many marks inside 50 yards. It's about get it long, get it deep, hold it in and then create.
That is true, but if you're not there, Jeremy Howe does take marks.
Bombers need something special. Got past the ruckman to Martin, but out again is Dacosian between the brothers. Back to Sidebottom, another possession. This time Reid defends with the spoil. The umpire ticks it off. 8 minutes and 12 seconds remaining.
It's a good call, Gary, because you see Isaac Kako, he's not sure where to crumb. He needs a reference point to hit the front of pack. He's actually confused as to whether he's leading or crumbing.
Yeah.
Because Caddy just getting drawn up the field a bit, isn't he?
He should go to the goal square right now, mate, Caddy, and take Jeremy Howe back, and then all of a sudden he's got every direction he wants to be able to play.
So at the moment he's operating a kick from the stoppage. He needs to be 2 kicks from the stoppage.
Well, he can only go one way where he is right now.
Merritt's kick was partially smothered. Martin was good on the pick-up. McGrath bought the hand pass initially, bought himself trouble. Dersma gives to Mackay, just trying to find any way forward. It'll take some marking. Fists are laid on it. Sidebottom glides in. Didn't do Sullivan any favours. Bombers have numbers around it. McGrath sends them quickly to the 50. Can he use the body? And right, they rattle.
Oh, the younger pup said man in front. Sorry, Pete. This one's mine.
So go back and kick it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Peculiar, isn't it?
2 goals, 1 for Nate Caddy.
Who would you rather have kicking it?
He flushed his previous shots. Caddy leaps into it. Not this time. Gave you your answer. 4 goals, mate.
He keeps exciting, though.
Yep.
He does keep exciting as one of the best and most promising young key forwards.
So they've been bashed about a bit this year, the Bombers, but we're seeing enough, Gaz, that if you're a Bomber supporter, you've got to start thinking this is the right path forward.
Well, Brad Scott's got some tools to work with right now that it would excite any coach.
Ramped into a contest, a big one. Hobbs to Goey from the point of the square. They set so much up, it goes Essendon's way. Perkins, guess who's tracking this through the air?
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. If he's deeper, Caddy comes up to that footy.
Out of crisp. And next week, all things being equal, will break Jim Steins' record. And a big contributor again today. Wide to the wing. Elliott lifts flat hands that time. Knocked away Dersma. Essendon try and kickstart something further. Handball McGrath. Dersma. Couple of one-on-ones this time. Right through. At the back, Caddy. Yes, he can. He's kicked it behind into the post. What might it be for Mate Caddy?
He's going to be one of those players who's going to just make stuff happen, good and bad.
It's the 2 goals, 3.
And while we've been talking about Essendon and the promising green shoots, this Collingwood side are premiership favourites for a reason right now. They have steadied a couple of times today and had to win it a couple of times.
Perryman has it near the defensive 50. Will follow the signal up the line. Mackay has the jump at the pack to make the spoil.
It's a valid point, Gaz. I think one of the things that makes a great team is when you have been challenged over periods of time and you have the confidence knowing that you've responded before and you can respond again, and they've certainly done that today.
Dacos just awaiting one last flurry. Be back into the fray in a moment. Degoe out the front. Where's he going to share it? Long. Pops it over the top. Build up coming. Sullivan to Long. He's gone for Elliott. Oh, Hoskin Elliott. A load out the back. That'll do, boys. Biggest lead of the game at 29 points. It comes in time on to the final time.
So impressive, Jace. Been able to do it in a number of different ways too.
I want to take it to the Jamie Elliott context. Is it because he's capable of the spectacular that he doesn't get pinged for taking a player out here without touching the footy?
Good call, Jason.
Did he go over the top of him?
He took a player under the ball by putting his knee into his back and doesn't touch the footy. But we're used to him taking mark of the year contender. So does he get cut more slack?
No, that's a free kick if in fact he's taken someone out in a contest that doesn't touch the footy.
You be the judge, look at it from this angle.
I got a knee in the back of the melon, Redmond, but don't know, Jace.
Razor's edge during a day.
Razor's edge. Exactly.
They've had the answer, the Pies, every time they've needed it.
They scored a number of different ways.
And that's the way they've won this year, in different ways, with different players. Pivotal mid long. He's jumped up. The kick is to deeper waters again, and Elliott. He's a contender.
This was last man standing. It was a 4-man pack just pushing and shoving. They bounced off each other, 1 or 2 fell over, and Jamie Elliott found himself in the right spot.
I tell you what, a bag of five's going to make the Anzacday medal voters a bit nervous if they've already filled out the envelope.
Last year, he gave us one of the all-time great Anzacday highlights with a huge mark. Today, he has a bag of 5. Jamie Elliott, a footballer of so many dimensions, and he's displayed them all on a stage of the biggest home and away game each year.
And that's why I asked whether he gets cut more slack for what's realistic, because what's realistic for Jamie might be a little bit more expansive than for others, but he's probably got away with one before. But this time, look at the 4 men in the pack. They're bouncing and bobbling, and he's Johnny on the spot that keeps his feet, reads the play, follows the flight, takes the mark.
He's coming with a rush. So still side bottom, still the highest ranked player on the ground, but Jamie Elliott has closed dramatically.
5 on a day that's poured rain throughout. 4 in the second half when the game was in the balance. Nick Dacos on the fly, dragged off it by Hobbs. There's a chance to bring it clear down, ran straight into Chris, had to release the footy in a hurry. Houston paddle 2 advantage. Hobbs head over the footy. Merritt couldn't gather the slippery pill. Houston takes it over. 10 goals to 4 after half-time. Essendon did hit the front with the first 2.
There it goes.
They've held that back for a grand finale. Perkins fights the fight, then turns tackler once he lost the footing. And further their Anzacday record over their great rival. Pendlebury takes a while to get it to boot. Myercheck waited to crumb, then got stripped of the footy. Perkins gets in and under. Overwhelmed by the pressure coming at him. Nick Dacos into space. McCreary's after it. Mackay trying to close the angles. Did pretty well. Crisp in and under.
Mate, there's so much has gone right for the Pies. Maybe there's some real concern that Daniel McStay's injury might be a bit more serious than we thought. So I'm sure Johnny Ralph's all over it. We hope for the best, of course, but they're a little bit concerned about it.
Still 3.5 to play. It's noticeable thrills and no doubt spills. Josh Dacos gets it to Myercheck. 47 metres out.
They knew that he took it 3 metres inside the arc. It's a rare win for Myercheck. Mackay's been good today. He's won a lot of one-on-ones.
Not absolutely taking the umpire's word for meterage at the moment.
They haven't had a great time with the geometry of late. But Brody Myercheck on what has been a quiet day by his standards. More than capable. And with a wet sodden ball, he can kick it 47 metres plus. And the margin is blowing out and out. Collingwood's domination now is thorough and complete. They lead by the number on his back.
Well, probably the margin that it looked like early in the game.
That's what I was just about to say.
Deserve to be now.
We were heading to 41 points at the start of the game, but credit to Essendon. For much of the middle half, they made it super competitive to the point that Anzacday kicks a goal. The second goal of the third quarter, they hit the front, and from that point on, Collingwood had just steadied like a really, really good side. And they got back to work again. They didn't panic, and they've just opened it right back up. They'll be disappointed, the Bombers.
John Ralph.
Fears for Dan McStay, given the way his left knee buckled on him in that goal square incident. It did do something very similar in late 2023. So scans will tell the tale. They'll be desperately hoping that not another knee reconstruction after Reef McGuinness earlier this season.
He's had no luck, Dan McStay, since arriving at Collingwood. Somehow or another, Nick Dacos got it to Pendlebury. Bounces it out in front of Membry. Released well on the turf, but gave it up to Dersma. Links it up with Hobbs, who's had a busy final term, and McGrath guides it to Menzie. A lot of numbers scrambling back. Kick goes in the Kako direction. Quaynor found good position. Josh Dacos, fleet of foot, right arrives first. He's under pressure, paddled it out well. Gresham worked it around. Caddy to the teeth of goal. Lipinski set up there, just has to be sure with his hands and ears. McCreary had a fumble, so Martin got in. Clever to Roberts, feeds it around to Merritt. Confronted by the wall, gives it away to Martin and Merritt conspire up to the teeth of goal. Crumbing ball to be won. Gresham fed it by Menzie, run down by Sullivan holding the ball. And Nick Dacos brings it out to Myercheck.
Instinctively, he took off. Myercheck's kick is going to sit on the wing in front of the Gary. We all knew what he was trying to do.
Gary, I think the conversation again will be about Essendon's ability to defend. I mean, it's been driving rain all day, and they've still conceded 16 goals, 107 points. They look like they want more. Collingwood, it's a big number.
Minute 45 remaining. Tucked away by Goldstein. Side bottom's going to add to his tally. Gives it back to Pendlebury. He's also reached 30. Side bottom, number 35, would you believe, to Martin. Chops it straight off for the Bombers. Minute 30 left. To Perkins. I know they have to be aggressive, but that was taking a big chance. A 1-on-3 against. The help arrived. Jones got it from McGrath. Dersma, I should say. Forward to Redmond. And the angled kick to Caddy. Cut off at the pass by Maynard. Collingwood through and through. And the ball is back over the line and out of bounds.
Sidebottom credited with that previous clearance, so he has 15.
Wow, equaling Nick Dacos' record.
Yep. So that's his case for the medal.
It's a good case.
Nick Dacos with the clearance this time. Hand passes it to Josh. McCreary's his target. Had time to brush the hair out of the eyes and then drop the footy. Offloads Roberts, but has support. Lipinski. Collingwood get their numbers working forward. McCreary will have a look up and just hold up. The work is done. Gets it up toward the 50. Membry provided a contest. Sullivan gets onto it at the back. Might side bottom finish with a spectacular moment. No, he will not.
He was thinking it, Jared. He was thinking the crowning jewel right there.
He had licence too.
He was thinking, if this goes through, they can put the medal on my neck now.
McCreary still has the energy to rise. On a dry day with a big run-up, you never know. Being weighed down by that wet long hair. Mo McCreary, one last thrust forward. Dersma defending. But it's been Collingwood's day. In the spirit of the day, they may be old, but they are magnificent. Collingwood simply too good. They make it 6 consecutive victories on top of the ladder. And 30 years on, we have a result, and it's a decisive one. To a 27-point lead early, and then Essendon found a way. They strung 4 consecutive goals together in the second term, and early in the third they hit the front. But that was the signal for Collingwood with their stars, both old and young. They dominated their familiar names. They're Collingwood names, aren't they? Dacos, ×2, and Sidebottom, and Pendlebury, and Howe. They were just superb, Jason Dunstan.
Look at the big numbers when you look at them, Hutto. 36 to Josh Dacos, 36 to Sidebottom, along with his 15 clearances, 32 and a goal to Nick Dacos, 31 to Scotty Pendlebury. Ned Long's had another 22 possessions, kicked a goal, so he continues to show that he's a useful addition to that engine room. But they just had consistent contributors all over the ground. Challenged a couple of times, but good enough in the end just to put the foot right on the throat of the opposition and get the job done in outstanding fashion.
So that's the story, isn't it, with McStay?
Let's get to Sarah in the meantime.
I've got Scott Pendlebury alongside me, a veteran of Anzacday clashes. This was a hard slog in the week. You guys played some amazing football, and you hear the crowd now. How special is this?
Yeah, it's never lost on, I think, both clubs, to be honest, how important today is and how special it is to have the honour of playing in it. And I feel like every year we try and put on our best show. And it was wet. It was a slog all day, but yeah, both sides tried their absolute guts out, and yeah, credit to our boys for fighting all the way and getting on top.
Some real Benjamin Buttons in the team. You played spectacularly, and also Steele Sidebottom. I think he had 15 clearances. What is his secret? Are you ageing backwards?
Oh, I think sports science has come a long way from the guys that are retired now, and yeah, just the amount of professionalism, the work that goes in. So I think you'll see guys playing well into their 30s moving forward. But yeah, I think both me and Sidey are just trying to be part of a cog that is really efficient and works really well for each other. So you know, that's the motto of the side, the club side by side. So that's all we're trying to do.
At the other end of their career is young Nick Dacos, and the kid went all right as skipper today. Did you have any words to him leading into it, or did you leave him up to his own devices?
I just said, I'm here for you. Anything you need, I'll do for you. So just let me know, but let him do it himself, because yeah, he's a natural leader and he played amazing. He's been playing amazing with or without the title, but it was really special to see him lead the boys out today.
Feels like there's some real concern about Dan McStay and his knee. Do you know what the early prognosis is?
No, I don't. I've seen him go down. Obviously, fingers crossed, and hopefully it's only short term.
Jamie Elliott seems to save his very best highlights for Anzacday. How crucial was his role today?
Yeah, I think all our forwards, to be honest, were vital early on, putting pressure on. And yeah, Jamie, I feel like he's in a really good space at the moment, leading the forward line, bringing other guys into the game. But when it's his turn, it's his turn. And it's, yeah, he's brought out a new celebration. He loves turning to the crowd and a bit of me time.
Congratulations. Enjoy this.
Cheers. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks.
It's a thrilling medal count.
It is.
Isn't it? Josh Dacos, 36, Steele Sidebottom, 35, record clearances.
Let's go down to the presentation.
Please welcome back the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster OAM, to present the Anzac Day Medal to the player whose conduct and play during the best exemplifies the Anzac spirit, skill, courage in adversity, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. The winner of the Anzacday medal is Steel Side Bottom of the Collingwood Football Club.
First of all, thanks to the Bombers. We're both very lucky to be able to represent the whole AFL on this day, and couldn't think of two better clubs to do it. Thanks for everyone for turning out. Such a special day, one that we all look forward to, and go the Pies.
Trophy, let us first acknowledge the performance of the Essendon Football Club, who were gallant in defeat today. Would you please now welcome Nick Dacos and Craig McRae to receive the Anzacday Trophy from Dr. Robert Webster OAM and Sue Patamol, Chief Executive Officer of RSL Victoria. This is a perpetual trophy provided by the RSL in dedication to the memory of those footballers who served in times of war. The names of the VFL footballers known to have sacrificed their lives during active service are inscribed on the trophy.
Just want to say thank you to everyone that turned out today. Obviously a massive day, and it's an absolute privilege to play on this day. Credit to Essendon, we knew it was going to be a tough game coming in. As I said, we're super grateful to play on this day. Keep donating over the weekend to Anzac Appeal. I know it goes a long way. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody. That now concludes the formalities for today's Anzac Day clash between Collingwood football clubs and Essendon. Please, a safe drive home.
Another terrific edition of the Anzac Day clash here at the MCG between these two great football clubs, and to the winners go the spoils, and there they are, the stand-in captain Nick Dacos, the coach Craig McRae, headed early in the third quarter by Essendon, and they kicked the first two goals, but from that point on they were in total control, gentlemen, and they've run out 41-point winners with a very worthy Anzac Day medalist who just keeps getting better. I don't think I've seen Steel Sidebottom play better footy.
Benjamin Button, isn't he? Yeah, it was an amazing turnaround from early last season. We spoke about it pre-game, but he was fantastic. We love watching Steel Sidebottom. 15 clearances, though. What was your biggest day, boys? 15's a good number, isn't it?
I really got to double figures, maybe 10.
Yeah.
9, 10.
15's a lot. take a month.
That'd be under 13s,
How long would it have taken you to get 15 clearances?
Yeah. Took about 5 years, I reckon. So, well done to Steelo, though. He's back, isn't he?
Oh, he's back.
Played forever.
It was a really good game of footy. Yeah. I know the margin in the end suggested it's a blowout, and it was, but they had to work for it. I mean, they had to win it a couple of times over, and they did it, and they did it so impressively.
Yeah, the energy in the back half of that second quarter from Essendon was short-lived, but it showed that it was enough to challenge Collingwood. But that's when we spoke about it before the game: experience, leadership, efficiency. That's what came to the fore. They had to win it a slightly different way. It wasn't similar to the Gabba game last week. It was a very different game, but they executed well down the stretch.
I think the pattern continues in terms of they're hard to play against. They're hard to score against. The Essendon side had a 10 to 15 minute patch. It wasn't. I think the final margin in the end is a good reflection on how the game played out. I thought it was a really mature win in a sense that they played the conditions really well. They didn't go away from the game that they know that gets them over the line, but that kick mark game, they were really clean in the weather conditions, and a really classy win in the end.
92,044 people here again, so it remains and will remain as one of the great occasions. Jamie Elliott with 5 goals. We'll talk you through all of this. We've got a massive post-game coming up, so don't go anywhere. If you're a Collingwood fan, you can relive it all. We'll work our way through it. And if you're an Essendon fan, I think there's a bit to get excited about. And I know they're a work in progress, and I know they're coming from some way back, but I thought Reid in the back half was magnificent. I thought Caddy showed what he can become in the front half. And, you know, through the middle of the ground, they need some support for Zach Barrett and Durham.
Bucks, you can't undersell the inexperience. I mean, they had 14 or 15 players, as Brownie spoke about pre-game, under 100 games. So what they get out of a game like this, and they're the seeds now, guys, that hopefully the news is some bright news for McStay.
Yes, well, John Ralph's chasing that at the moment. They are concerned, let's just say that right now for them.
Well, there's some telltale signs. No ice, and he's walking around okay. And so if he's gone down, that doesn't augur well for an ACL diagnosis.
Yeah, that's
one before, of course, as well.
So we were... And this time last week, we were worrying about Sam Darcy. He got away with it. So our fingers crossed now for Dan McStay. But let's celebrate the Anzacday medalists right now as we wait for these boys to get back down the rooms and sing the song. We'll make sure we get you that. But Steel Sidebottom's had a day out. He's had 36 touches and 15 clearances.
Yeah, he's amazing, guys. He's sensational to watch. He really dominated through that, especially in the second half when Essendon started to challenge. He got on the move, and it was really a really clean clearance as well, including 6 centre bounce clearances. So it felt as if he was running a hot hand there, and he just kept moving nicely. Ranked 47th in the competition coming in. Yeah. I reckon this game might have bumped him up a few notches, Bucks.
Well, he was everywhere all day. He had a really strong first half. There was only a small period of the third quarter when he was out of play, when he was moved onto the wing. For some reason, he was stuck out in the fat side wing for 10 or 15 minutes. But that kick there is the sort of stuff that Steele has been doing for 15 plus years, and to be able to find that, see that target, let alone hit it, but he's doing it every other quarter these days, and it's been exceptional to see him continue on in this form.
Indeed. So we'll follow this Collingwood side down the rooms. It's good to see Dan McStay up and about with the group. So as we said, Johnny Ralph will be down in the rooms. He'll chase all of the news. But this is a really impressive situation they find themselves in. They get opened up in the first game by the GWS Giants. Understandably, people start to look at their age profile, and from that point on, they have not looked back, and they've kept Essendon to 10 goals again.
66 points, 42
That's their average.
50s.
That's the average for the year, so they stay on 66 points. But the other thing is to shout out Jeremy Howe, intercept marking.
So good.
Won 3 or 4 really key one-on-ones when required. Now, Isaac Quainer was really good and tight and tough when he needed to be. I don't think the defence missed a beat with Darcy Moore out. They didn't defend the midfield quite as well, but they had 32 front half turnovers, were able to go back and score 13 times. So that was significant, that front half game.
See, I wish, and we can talk about positioning, and from a forward's point of view, I was talking about in that last quarter, I wish one of those Essendon forwards would go deep, Brownie. Instead, Jeremy Howe took the most dangerous position as the attacking backman and took 3 intercept marks. So, but Caddy and Wright and Langford, with the game under his belt, though, he'll get better as this goes on. Caco's going to get better as we go on as well.
They're young, they've got growth, plenty of growth. Essendon didn't disgrace himself. They come up against a powerful unit that is a lot more like 2023's team than 2024's version.
Spot on. So we'll sit back here in a moment and celebrate with this top of the table Collingwood side, who that man Darcy Cameron's in great nick again, isn't he? So they've done it nicely. 41-point margin against Essendon, having been headed in the third quarter. So much to like. We've got a lot to unpack as we unfold, as this post-game unfolds. It's a double-header, don't forget. We're heading over to Perth to watch the Fremantle Dockers take on the Adelaide Crows as well. But we'll give you the full summary right here down the rooms. We'll get to hear from both coaches as well. So there's a lot to talk about what has been another massive day here at the MCG. 92,044 people. That's a good look, Ellie.
Saw Steele hand over the start of the song. He normally starts the song. He had Mick DeGainer there, who's a staff member of the club that's retired after 30 years. He's moving on. Got him to start the song for his last week.
Nice. Hey, I'll be interested to see the votes for the Anzacday medal. I think still Sidebottom would probably be almost unanimous, but I'll tell you what, Jamie Elliott was coming with a rush.
Fortunate enough, we've got a selector on the panel.
Did you do votes? You did votes.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Can you let us know who you voted for?
Oh, well, let's
I think I can now, yeah.
You can. Let's celebrate Jamie Elliott, though. If he wasn't in the votes, he wouldn't have been far away. A man that is...
He was.
Good. He's put on a highlight reel here on Anzac Day in the past. His mark last year will remain as one of the great highlights, but he's kicked 5 goals in wet and gloomy conditions.
I thought he was sharp from the get-go, and he created opportunities as well. I think at the end of the second quarter, when Collingwood were under pressure to put a couple of scores on the board, I thought his sharpness to move and even compete and create ground balls. And the 300, I thought he was going to cost himself $3,000. But
he got out on his own a lot. He took 5 marks inside 50.
Well, his finishing was elite, wasn't it? And yeah, so I thought he was exceptional throughout the day, and he definitely was in the handful of most impactful players.
It's a huge achievement, but where would you rate him in terms of small forward? I mean, 300 goals as a small forward is a huge achievement.
Yeah, well, he sort of plays as a deeper small forward. We don't see that much in today's game because he's got an aerial presence as well. But he's a real leader of the forward line, and he lassoes all of those free spirits in to play less selfish footy and more team-orientated football. I think he's been exceptional. He's really matured well also.
You know what I value highly, Gaz, and I know you would. Obviously, Bucks, when he was coaching him, he kicks big goals.
Yeah.
Does he? Even when Essendon got back to within 3 goals halfway through that last quarter, he thought, there might be a chance. He gets the opportunity, goes back from 40-odd and just goes bang and nails it.
Let's hold fire for a moment, because there's a couple of really interesting developments, and I'm interested to get your thoughts as a senior coach. And Geordie, you've done this as well, but the communications went down there, and I'm not sure. Well, the initial report was that Essendon may have been without their communications totally. So let's go down to Johnny Ralphie, who'll give us the update on that. Ralphie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, chaos reigned supreme for most of that third quarter, guys. So I've spoken to the AFL and their spokesman, Jay Allen. He says that the AFL is adamant that neither club had an unfair advantage. And so for most of that third quarter, as the power was out, it was coming back in again, and then it was sparking the communications. And so the AFL's executive manager of football, Laura Kane, she gave both clubs permission to have 2 phones at their box and 2 in their bench as well. And so basically some of the power was working, some of their laptops were working, but certainly none of the screens in terms of their stats, and certainly none of their visions as well. So as it was coming in or out, neither of the teams really knew what was going on there. But thankfully, as the AFL says, they are sure that both of those teams mostly had equal access to at least those phones, which allowed them to get in touch from the boxes to the benches. We saw Brad Scott still remaining in the coach's box at Essendon with the Collingwood coach down on the bench, so it probably made communication easier for the Pies.
So that is a better result than initially thought. We're going to start an appeal too for a poncho for Ralphie for the next time the rain comes. Not a laughing matter in any way, shape or form. What can you tell us about Dan McStay?
Well, maybe lightning has struck twice, because we all thought the worst for the Western Bulldogs star in Sam Darcy last week. I've just spoken to Charlie Gardner, the Collingwood football boss, and he's got some good news. He thinks it's only a medial ligament sprain for Dan McStay rather than the ACL, which would be absolutely tremendous news, guys. We all thought the same thing. Certainly the mechanism there and the fact that he had no ice on that, but he's all smiles in the rooms there. So even a high-grade medial ligament, the MCL, can be 6 or 8 weeks. But again, that would be fantastic news. So scans will tell us the tale tomorrow. Potentially a crisis averted there for the Collingwood Football Club.
That is very good news indeed. I guess, thanks, Ralphie. I guess it could have been one or two things. It was so bad that he knew, as you suggested might have been the case when you don't see ice straight away. But it looks like it's the other side of the coin here, and Dan McStay's got away with one there. The communications, if one team had no communications, as initially we thought, and the other did, that's a huge story coming out of that. But if both sides are affected, it just makes for a really tough quarter, I'd imagine.
Well, the mobile phones are taken away for the most part, for players and staff for integrity reasons. So there are a couple that are allowed for exactly circumstances like this, either emergencies or for if a breakdown of communication. In my estimation, if the coach is away from his assistants, like Craig McRae is, that has more effect than if the coaches are together upstairs and able to sort of communicate with the runner. But I mean, it would be dependent on how each club actually runs their communications and how they talk through it as a coaching group and through the runner to get the messages out.
Okay, let's go back down to the Collingwood rooms now. We've got a man who's been good enough to join us who had an outstanding game again and on the back of an outstanding season. Josh Dacos, congratulations, mate. 92,000 people, another big win for the Pies.
Yeah, it was electric. It was an awesome atmosphere all day, and Bombers really came to play there in that second quarter, and it made for a close finish. But really proud of the boys. 6 on the trot.
Well done, Josh. Fantastic. You were enormous early. Looked like you were going to get about 60 disposals at one stage. But just tell us about the week. What was the standout for you leading into the game?
Yeah, it's definitely a special week. It's definitely one. Going into the year, there's no game like it. It almost feels like a grand final in terms of the build-up and atmosphere, and just awesome to honour those who've made the ultimate sacrifice. And for us, we're lucky enough to have a one-club meeting at the club, lucky enough to have Bucks back, which was awesome, and hear a little bit about 1995 and where it started. So it's been a great week.
Josh, you've dabbled at half-back before this year, and now you're there, established. Tell me how it has felt the last 3 weeks when the high forwards and the midfield have really got their act together through the middle of the ground and defended well and allowed you to get on the front foot more offensively.
Yeah, for sure. They've been enormous. Our forwards definitely go under the radar, all the work they do to allow the mids and backs to really shine. And our mids have been awesome too. Sidey, incredible. Pendles, defying age. And like you said, it takes a team effort. We play a real system defence, so a lot of organisation, a lot of sacrificial running, and right now we're doing that probably the best we've done it.
Talk to me about those back-to-back contested marks at the end of the third, mate. Have you been in the strong room and been working over some of the larger members of the team to practice that? How's that going?
Oh, it's funny. A lot of the boys out there get into me. We get into Nick sometimes, trying to get him a contested mark. And when they saw me have 2 back-to-back, they got around me, which made me feel good. And obviously, probably not one of my strengths to my game, but playing as a back and to have backs that I learn from each and every day. Jeremy Howe, Darcy Moore, they've helped me with my craft, and it was awesome to show it out there today.
Come on, yeah, Mark Isaac Kakar, 15-year-old.
That's enough.
Hey, it's a contested mark. Hey, you had your mate riding shotgun again today, Dan Houston back. How do you feel, when you're out there, and certainly the quality of Dan Houston coming back as well? Do you change your game, or it just gives you confidence to run more aggressively?
Yeah, we love it as a team, obviously, having Dan back. Missed him for those 2 games, and yeah, I've known Dan for so long, so we work really well together. We just understand each other really well out there, and he's just such a damaging player, and defensively today he was awesome too, and he's made us such a better team alongside Harry Perriman and Timmy Membry, so we're very lucky to have them.
And what do you think about Steele's performance, mate?
Yeah, incredible. He's had an unbelievable year. He puts in the work every year, and as you see at his age to be doing what he's doing, he's playing arguably career best football, and he's come second in a Brownlow, so I think that speaks volumes to the work he puts in. He's incredibly clean in the wet, and he's just a great teammate first and foremost. We love playing with him. He's a real barometer for us.
Josh, across the board, we try and match up the stats to 2023. What's your gut feeling on this year so far, and does it remind you a little bit of 2023?
Yeah, it definitely does. Obviously, 24 last year, very inconsistent, and probably didn't play the brand of football we liked. And it feels like we've probably progressed our team defence and system since 23. We feel so safe right now. We feel like our pressure has been awesome, and we're turning the ball over further up the ground, which is allowing our forwards to get really dangerous. So it's something that we'll continue. There's still opportunities to get better in, and really excited for what's to come.
Josh, what about Darcy Cameron? He's obviously been an excellent performer over the last couple of years, and with experience just getting better and better. He started the game off on fire and just seems to be so strong for you aerially, either in front or behind the ball.
Yeah, he does. I feel like he's one of the top ruckmen in the league, and his progressions over the years have been amazing, and awesome to see him get acknowledged last year in the All-Australian squad. I feel like he definitely had a case to even be in the team with the way he's going. So, his intercept marking's amazing. I feel like he's number one in the AFL for rucks, for intercept marks, which is incredible. And yeah, like all of us, he just looks for ways to get better, and this year's no different for him.
Hey, Joshy, well done. Congratulations. If you see Craig Kelly walk across in front of the camera again, could you just tell him not to? He's scaring the kids.
He's got a habit of that. I'll tell him, Gaz.
Good man. Well done. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
So Josh Dacos is outstanding again, and amongst the midfield group that we're getting the job done. Nick is always going to be a topic of discussion because he's such an outstanding player, but his first outing as the captain was going to be interesting to see how he handled it. He was in the best three players on the ground at some stage. I don't know if he ended up in there, Nathan. You haven't given us your votes yet.
When you asked him, I'll let you know. I thought he could have kicked 4 goals like 6 minutes into the second quarter. Like he obviously kicked the first goal of the game, and probably had another couple of opportunities that he would normally finish. So he was exceptional from the get-go, and as his brother just commented, his defensive work is underrated. Like because he gets so much of the ball, and you've got to chip, a Collingwood star somehow. He doesn't work hard enough defensively. I'd encourage anyone at the ground, watch him for 5 minutes and have a look how much he's prepared to work to pressure the opposition.
He got a lot of room centre forward in that first half, and it was through sheer work rate. There was a piece of vision there where Kako couldn't go with him early in the game, and his run, his vision, he's everything that we've become to know about what he's becoming a great champion. You can't underestimate, and Bucks, you would only know, the nerves coming into this game. Big game, first time as captain, leading out this great Collingwood side, and he performed.
Well, there's some guys that step up with that higher expectation or the greater opportunity, and Nick just strikes me as that sort of kid. He come in and trained 10 minutes with us a year before he got drafted, and had 15 touches off the halfback flank. So, and that was a year before he was allowed to come in and play. So he just stood up.
Do you reckon they started? How much work would Collingwood's coaching staff would have done on last year's match where they went after it? Multiple players bumped into Dacos and tried to knock him off his game. He started at half forward. Last week he dominated.
They went the opposite way. They didn't go near him. They decided to not go within 20
Even his positioning, to start at half forward, that throws.
Well, the question, it's not so much the work that they like. I think Nick in conversation with his old man and Josh, I reckon they probably work out and unpack their performances as much as the coaches might. But I think where the coaches help and then where the game plan helps is being able to, you can move to half forward, you can move to half back, and the experience of the Collingwood side can fill the gaps. And it just turns the opposition inside out.
So they do their own review at home.
Pete's running vision. Pete's running vision at home. He's doing some labs.
Hey, you guys laugh. That's why they're so good. Pete deserves a lot of credit.
Colleen, she does the labs.
Colleen, absolutely. She's bringing snacks over, so they've got energy to keep going.
Right, take a breath. Take a breath.
Saw Pete downstairs.
Give us
a little pre-match cashy.
And not what you reckon he is now.
Give us a 3, 2, 1. Go on, let us know.
I went 3 Steele.
Yep.
I went 2 Josh.
Yep.
Dacos. And I went 1 Jamie Elliott.
Nice. Okay, so Steele Sidebottom has won the Anzac Day medal. I think at one stage they had 21 forward half intercepts, Collingwood, halfway through the second quarter, which is AFL average for the match. So that on that side of it, ended up with 32, which
that's the best. Where the style of footy isn't, if you can turn it over in your front half, it's obviously really challenging to move the ball from one end of the ground to the other with a wet pill. So look at that, points from forward half intercepts, 43 points as well. So it's really impressive. Could have been more, absolutely. Well, Dacos missed 2 or 3.
And you talk about it looking like 23. 23 was all about back half use and scoring from defensive mid. If they continue on this path, they're going to do it on territory, front half turnovers and just putting mass pressure on the opposition. So that's going to be a very different style if they're able to continue this.
And when they were able to go inside 50, I thought an impressive number, guys, was the 15 marks they took inside 50. So they actually they came in with a clear plan, didn't they? They wanted to lower the eyes and hit those short, even though there's a little bit of rain around, hit that short target inside 50, which was free all day. So 15 compared to Collingwood's to Essendon 7. Now Essendon had about 14 contested marks. So it wasn't on the big guys. McStay and Mycheck had no influence in the air, did they? So it was all hitting those uncontested marks inside 50, so it was really important.
Yeah, have we got a package of these kicks that you're talking about?
We were, but
you couldn't talk any longer about it.
I tried my best. I love my best, Gus.
I love this. I think this is a game within a game, and you can do all of your hard work and you can position up. In the end, it's about getting it through the biggest posts out on the ground, and your ability to do this, to hit these targets up, can separate teams. And every time you go and watch a game and you walk away from it and go, geez, they had more inside 50s than the other and they didn't win. Well, that's because they haven't got the composure that the good sides have.
I'd be really surprised if Essendon didn't scout this pre-game. It has been a feature of Collingwood's game this year, and maybe the wet weather had indicated that Collingwood might go long to the goal square and not take those little ones, but they just didn't defend the ground really well.
That kick there, that was the last of 4, where there was just 15-metre kick, 15-metre kick, 15-metre kick. I think you've been involved in a great offence, where I think the fundamental of a great offence is you just find the easy target and you hit it, whether it's by hand or by foot.
And
that's what Collingwood are doing at the moment.
And this allows them to do this. This is chicken and egg stuff. Are they good kicks, or do the other players make themselves available in positions where you can kick it to them? And I've talked to you long about this, Jordan Lewis, over the years, about the ability to find that kick, that long kick that you just alluded to. They are there every game. Every game you watch, we used to do it on the couch, slow it down. Look, there's one. Why didn't you hit him? Everyone's relaxed, thinking you're going long. Hit that kick up.
And you can hit it late too, Gus. So
course you can.
Relax, you can hit it late. The other thing is too, obviously they've been really strict on the 15 metres. When the ball goes backwards and sideways, it's about 20 metres. But if you kick the ball forward, you only have to kick it about 8 metres.
Particularly inside 50.
Inside 50, yeah. It's going inside 50. The umpire's paying the mark. So those little short ones are there.
What I would suggest is it's always easy when you're looking at the vision after and from on top. When we know what it's like to be out on the ground. I think it needs to be coached well. It needs to be educated with and say, well, that kick might not look like it's going to be a world beater, but if you put 4 of those together, you're taking 60 metres and all of a sudden you're having a shot goal from 4.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I'm telling you, Jordan Lewis, you go back over his tape and he's as good as anyone that did it throughout his career. I'm just pumping you up today, Jordan.
Keep going. That's what I'm going to interrupt. But you're right. It's an easy kick that quite often gets overlooked.
Transition.
I thought he was going to say, you're right, I was a great kick. That's where he should have gone, Jordy.
That's why I had to go short.
What about this, the ball movement, which is a big part of modern-day footy?
Well, that kick, which is off the side of the banana. To Sullivan, but this is a breakdown of Essendon's midfield defence, and Collingwood just taking the next best option. If they find time and space, why would you go into a contested situation when you've got time and space? And that there was 4 20-metre kicks with a bit of run and dash and run off ball to create options for the ball carrier. Executed brilliantly.
Now, just reading there that Steel-Sided Bottom has won at the Anzacday medal twice, so he's been good enough to join Sarah and Kingy.
Best on ground today are ANZAC medalists, the veteran, the evergreen veteran, Steel-Sided Bottom. What a day. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. A very special day that we're very lucky to be a part of, and to have a nice win in the end and sort of run away with the game was nice. So we're able to sort of soak in the crowd a little bit as well.
The form you're in at the moment, were you confident you still had that football in you? I mean, the last couple of years, some tough moments, some people questioning whether you still had it. Did you believe that, I've still got it?
Yeah, I definitely did. And, when the chips were down early last year as well, clearly my form wasn't great, but I still believe that I could do it. The end of probably the last 4 or 5 games last year, I went to the midfield and sort of played a role, and I guess that's sort of where I've been playing this year. So I've still get my chance out on the wing, but to answer your point, I still do believe I could,
I think your days of playing on the wing are over, mate. When you have 15 clearances, it's some sort of performance. You couldn't have expected that in your wildest dreams. How did that come about? What was the planning that went into that? Did you think it's the extra attention that's going to Nick that's giving you some opportunity?
Yeah, potentially. And I guess just being around the stoppage as well. A bit of a wetter day today, which meant the ball was probably going to get out the back a little bit, and for me, I'm not in there trying to wrestle blokes, so I probably want to push them in and beat them on the outside. So I would say that most of my clearances were that, probably running back with handball, but you put yourself in the right positions at times, and the footy sometimes follows you.
We're marvelling at what you're doing defensively. It just looks so organised, so set, taking corridor away, keeping teams to low scores. It was the same again today. You're hard to play against now.
Yeah, and I feel like as a team we've really brought into our defence, and yes, we all love celebrating and kicking goals, but when we get stops and force them long down the line for our backs, that's just as good as a goal for us. So we value those defensive things, and we love kicking goals as well.
I know it's a long way away. It's a marathon. We're only 7 weeks in, but you feel a special bond, a real build in this group that can take you a long way in 25?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think we've got the right mix of people at our footy club, not just on the field. Good football teams, I guess, are run well off the field as well. And, we've got great people in place. And, we've got guys that are hungry just to get better every day. And that's what Fly talks about. When you rock up on a Monday, regardless if we've won or lost, we're getting back to work. So I think as our performance shows, we've got guys who are ready to work.
What about how the back line held up without the skipper? I mean, I think the Bombers only scored 60-odd points. It was a Herculean effort by Jeremy Howe and the guys down there.
Yeah, it's a huge effort, and I think Billy Frampton's come in the last few weeks and played a role, but I guess it takes a whole squad. That's my little boy Ned there.
What a cutie! How old?
He's 15 months. Loves the footy. Hasn't cried all day.
What a champion!
Yeah, good. Loves the wet.
Hello.
I've forgotten your question.
Low to the ground.
No, you've got your hands full. We're going to let you go here. Who's this cutie that we've got here?
There is one thing that's being spread around the club on the outside. He's getting to the club very early. I'm just working out why. Getting there very early, and you're running a little coffee club with Scotty Pendlebury.
Yes.
How's that going?
Nah, the cough bowl. Maybe that's the secret sauce that's getting us here. But
here we go.
Nah, I love them. How good are they? And it's the first time. Well, last year Ned might have come to a couple, but was very young, and they both were in. They got the end of the song there, so that was nice.
I reckon the Dacos boys haven't paid for one yet.
He's Nick's favourite. He doesn't even know it.
You've got your hands full, and you've got a beautiful one here to go home to tonight. So we'll let you go and enjoy the family time and a really special night.
Thanks,
well
man.
done.
Good on you. Thanks.
Awesome. How good's that? That's what happens when you win. What is it, 5 on the bounce? It's a pretty happy environment you're in, and it does look to be a good footy club. The one that is embracive, and the whole group get in, the family, everyone. It looks pretty.
You remember after round 0 when they completely stuffed out their pre-season and they weren't conditioned and they looked terrible?
I'm not sure people said that, did they?
Yeah.
They looked a bit slow. But they've won 5 on the bounce and they're happy. The kids are happy. The creche is good. And
creche is good.
they're good. So the Bombers we talked about a little bit. So, I mean, you walk away disappointed that you've lost. I think the 41-point margin probably would be disappointing to them when they hit the front early in that third quarter. But there's a bit to like. And Sam Durham's always he wasn't the best player for Essendon today, but he always is honest and wholehearted, and when you've got him as the basis for your competitors, then that's what they can aspire to be.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I thought it was a good battle between him and Nick Dacos, that is, in the first half. And it wasn't a tag by any stretch of the imagination, but he tried to stretch him the other way. In the second quarter, and he was pivotal to get him back into the game. Kicked 2 goals in that second quarter. He's a trier. Gaz in, he's the ultimate competitor. Yeah, obviously a future leader of this club, so that's what you need. When you look like you're going to get absolutely blown out by quarter time, you need some fight, and here's one of those guys that did that.
It's a glaring thing they didn't have, Bucks, in that first quarter, was that they just weren't competitive enough. And I know don't take that personally. That is just, they weren't dogging it, they weren't shirking the issue. They just didn't have the competitive thirst and hunger that you need from a side on a day like this.
Well, Collingwood had the ascendancy with contested ball and clearance, from the get-go, and it really was the ascendancy that they gained in the first 5 minutes that led into the 15 minutes that led into the first quarter and continued. That gap was there for the whole game. So, Durham was nominally slated to play on Nick Dacos when he was in the midfield, but he wasn't there as often early as he thought he might have been. When he was, it seemed that Durham was trying to compete with him inside and then get forward himself. He was able to kick 2 goals in the second quarter in the Bombers' run, but they just weren't quite able to compete hard enough for long enough in the early stages of the game, and then faded late.
And they couldn't find any easy goals. I mean, everything that they did looked hard. Even the Durham second quarter looked hard.
Well, I think wasn't it early in the last? It was 12-10 to 10 goals.
Only 18 points.
Yeah, it was 18 points, but I said the
yeah.
efficiency was the difference. Those are hard goals in that second quarter, like you said. So that man, Jordan Ridley, was on screen before. Like, he was pretty good. Like, he was one of them, I think, highest rated. It was him and Darren were their highest rated. So he was pretty good.
I agree with you with Zach Reid too. Since they put him across to Sam Darcy, 3 or 4 weeks back and said, "You're now the main man. You're going to play on the best opposition." I reckon he's really stood up. He's the player that can take more steps.
He's a big investment for them, and they missed on a couple that haven't quite come through, but I think he's going to be a big tick. Caddy and Wright played together in the same team?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Wright had to play in the ruck, so I thought he played with really good presence forward. That's Peter Wright. I just think it'll be a lot easier for Nate Caddy. Peter Wright's there permanently. So obviously it's challenging now without Draper and Brian with those long-term injuries. So Caddy's a work in progress, but he's going to get there. He's got some presence about him. He's obviously a great athlete. Probably needs to learn situations in the game and potentially some running patterns, but I think that all comes with experience as well. This is a big stage.
I think he's
raw. Yeah, that's a good word.
He'd be one that you'd just love to have and just start to mould into a footballer who's going to have a big impact. He's got some. I really don't want to say this because he's got a bit of Dermot Brereton about him for me. Just a bit of bounce.
Just needs a yellow boot.
You don't want to say it because you don't want Dermot to hear it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
He had 19 to find the ball 19 times as a key forward. It's a fair effort. 5 shots on goal, 2-3.
Yep.
And his aerial question marks, the challenge that he provides in terms of aerial to his opponents.
Questions,
first class.
Hey, we're going to take a break. We're going to get both press conferences coming your way as well, and then we'll head over to Perth. This is a massive game too. The Adelaide Crows have been in some good form early against the Fremantle side, coming off a disappointing loss. They've got to bounce back. Always a big game. Freo and Adelaide tonight from 7:30.
All right, folks, there we go. Collingwood end up big victors there, 16-11-107, defeating the Bombers 10-6-66. The Pies running out 5 goals, 2 in that final term. The Bombers 2 goals, 3. The Pies really stepped their game up in the final term when it mattered, put the foot on the metal and just ran away with this game. Still good points for the Bombers. They did try they had a good couple of spurts throughout that game. So definitely not be disappointed too much, the Bombers fans out there in the Bombers. Hopefully they can go forward from this point on for the rest of the season and have some type of good form leading in. But Collingwood, of course, well, flag favourites, and you can tell why. They were pressured a couple of times there by the Bombers, but they fought back well. They steadied the ship and they responded like a good team does. While the commentators are on a break, let's just duck over now and have a look at the final results let's have a look at the AFL fantasy points. If you play that game, Nick Dacos topped the table with 122, Josh Dacos 119, still side bottom 117, Elliott 110. The top points getter for the Bombers was Zach Merritt, 106. The goal scorers for today, of course, Jamie Elliott having a huge second half in the goals. He kicked a bag of 5. Fantastic. 19 disposals, 13 kicks, 5 goals, 1. Well done, Jamie. Good to see you back. Tim Membry kicked 2 there for the Pies. Harry Perryman, Brody Myercheck ended up with 1. Braden Maynard, Ned Long, Will Haskin, Elliott, of course, Bobby Hill, Jordan Ngoe, Nick Dacos, all single goal scorers, and of course Darcy Cameron as well. For the Bombers, goal scorers Peter Wright, Sam Durham and Nate Caddy ended up with 2 each for the Bombers. Also singles for Archie Perkins, Kyle Langford, Isaac Kako. He was pretty good up until half time and then sort of petered out of the game after that. Ben Hobbs was the other single goal scorer there for the Bombers. Looking at the table there, best on ground player for today, top of the table there with 36, still side bottom. The old boy, he's still got it in his legs. He's still got it. 19 kicks, 17 handballs, 2 marks, 4 tackles, 15 clearances. Fantastic game from Steele, a good 4-quarter effort for him. The only thing he was looking for was that goal to stick on his resume for today. He had a late shot, but with the wet ball skewiffed off the side of his boot. But that being said, fantastic game. Equally, Josh Dacos had a superb match. I think still just did a little bit more in that final term, which got him over the line for the Anzac Day medal today. Josh Dacos also with 36, 23 kicks, 13 handballs, 9 marks. And of course, the superstar, Nick Dacos, although, well, a lot would say he was a little bit quiet day for him. He still had 32, third best on ground with 18 kicks, 14 handballs, 4 marks, 7 tackles, 11 clearances, 1 goal, 2. Fantastic. And of course, the old boy again, Scotty Pendlebury up there with 31. They were the only players that topped the 30 disposal mark on the ground. The best for the Bombers, Archie Roberts and Zach Merritt, both with 25. And of course, next best was Zed Long for the Maggies with 22. Rolling down, we'll just have a little bit of a look and see who got what. Dylan Shield there for the Bombers on 19. Jamie Elliott, as I said, 19 disposals. Fantastic game from him. 13 kicks, 6 handballs, 8 marks, 1 tackle, 5 goals, 1. Great to see Jamie Elliott back in form, of course. All pretty much coming in the second half. Sam Durham had a good game. Played well on Nick Dacos with 19 touches, 2 goals, 9 handballs, 10 kicks, 3 marks, 5 tackles, 6 clearances. He had a fantastic game. Probably the best for the Bombers. There we go. We'll just roll down the board a little bit more, and we're going to go to. We might go to the Essendon coach for his press conference, and then we'll quickly come back and have a look at the team stats in a moment.
Early third.
Oh, well, I mean, I think even before that, you know, we were probably under pressure from the start of the game when they kicked the first couple, and you know, it was obviously going to be one of those days where territory was going to be important, and it's almost like minimising the damage, like costly turnovers, that because it felt like that sort of game that, you know, you make a sort of costly error in your back half, it can hurt you against all teams, but I think in particular it hurts you against Collingwood, and I think they had 12 shots at goal from their attacking sort of mid-zone. So, you know, that by definition means we had the ball and they got it back in their front half. So, you know, I thought that was a big difference in the game, that they were able to generate their shots from front half turnovers. But, yeah, I thought we got back in the game through some pretty simple footy, but then we started overusing the ball and again, opportunities to go forward and score, but instead, you know, we tried an extra handball and invited pressure and turned the ball over. So I don't think there was any one particular moment or any particular theme outside of what I've just said.
Is it today's results sort of a pretty accurate reflection of where the two sides are? I mean, greater experience on their part, perhaps greater talent overall, and that surety of ball use and stuff, just the ability not to make those big errors and big moments.
Yeah, I think that's accurate at the moment. You know, but I've got to, you know, I think there's a lot of really good signs for us going forward. Conceded a lot of inside 50, but Zach Reid looked like one of the better players on the ground. Andy McGrath's job on Bobby Hill, you know, Norm Smith medalist, really dangerous player, particularly in these conditions. You know, a lot of really good signs. But I'd agree with the conclusion there that just a bit of their class and that elder statesman, that Pendlebury side bottom were real influential, and that midfield's been a real strength of ours, but we probably lowered our colours today to their 4 or 5 versus our 4 or 5. Even though a lot worked of what we did, you know, that's the challenge of playing really good teams. You know, I thought while again some of their players had influence, we were able to limit a fair bit of that. So overall, but the weight of numbers, they wore us down.
So looking ahead from a development point of view, would you agree that it's skilled young players are probably at a premium to come onto this list? There's just a bit of a, I don't want to sound hurtful or whatever, but there's a bit of a vanilla look about quite a bit of the list. Does it need more skill, do you think, to be competitive with the Collingwood?
Yeah, I'll let our recruiters know. I mean, yeah. Well, would a coach like more skill? Yeah, we would. But our job as coaches is to develop the talent that we have. So my focus is on developing all those footy fundamentals that that are really important to the game, and some of it's really simple, some of it's a little bit more technical. But yeah, I mean, our list profile is there for all to see. But I mean, my focus is not on, you know, the list management crew do all of that, and I'm part of that. But I mean, my primary focus is developing the talent we've got, and I've got a lot of belief in their capability. I think when the team starts to look good, everyone looks better. You know, and I think there are a million examples like that. You look at players who I know are really capable, really talented players, but if they're in bottom teams, they don't look very good. You know, but you can take a pretty good player and put him in a great team, and they look $1 million. So I think it would be unfair on our players, I think, to say it's just, you know, we lack skill. I think we've got the capabilities well and truly within the group we've got.
You mentioned the start of the game. How do you think they adjusted to the conditions? Was that part of what gave Collingwood the jump? They're better sort of adapting to the conditions?
No, I didn't think it was. I just thought it was a premium. You know, there's some really good rules that have been brought in. The 666 rule. You know, a little toe poke in the centre bounce, which, you know, clears the ball. You know, that territory was just going to be so important, and there was just a few times I thought we could have. Because when we went forward in the third quarter, we looked pretty dangerous, but we just couldn't get it there enough. And that's, you know, to not just us, that's to Collingwood's credit. I think they fill the corridor very well. They keep you out of the corridor. You know, they delay the ball really well, which makes it difficult to, you know, to generate the number of inside 50s that you need. And we probably the last 18 months been a pretty high inside 50 team. We've adjusted that a little bit to try and get better quality. But I mean, we just didn't get the quantum today.
There were reports that comms between the box and the bench went down in the third quarter. How much did that affect you?
Well, it was pretty old school. We just had to get the mobile phones out. Yeah, it was pretty frustrating. I mean, that's as helpless as I've felt in a quarter of footy when we can't communicate to the bench. I mean, every time I went to go down to the bench, they said it's back on, and then it came back off. It's like, you know, we couldn't work out what was going on. But from what I hear, we weren't the only ones.
Just Dylan Shield, Harry Jones, both came off. How are both of those?
Shield just cramped late in the game, so we had enough. We made our sub, so we had enough fresh players to. That was purely just a fatigue thing that we left him off. We're always going to sub a tall for a small, so we actually made the sub with Jones before. I'd heard that he just rolled his ankle, but he's pretty upbeat. I think it's pretty minor, if anything.
Sorry, just to clarify, how long do you reckon you were before phones came out without contact? Sorry.
Oh, pretty much the whole third quarter, intermittently. Yeah, but I think it's the same for both teams.
When you have such a sort of, they've got so much more experience, the game's in the heat at the moment, how much of an impact did that really have communicating with young players?
Yeah, I think it has a lot, you know, and full credit to Collingwood's experience. You know, they I don't know how many Anzac days this is for Pendles, but it's, you know, he just looks really like he did when he first came in as an 18, 19-year-old, very composed, and you know, it's a great opportunity for us to play in on this day for a whole host of reasons. But to play against a very, very experienced side, and you know, to whatever it was, 27 points down, challenge, get back in front, you know, show some character, fell away at the end, but you know, we'll learn our lessons that they were just a bit more polished, had a little bit more class, and certainly had more experience.
So from your point of view, if you're satisfied with the effort was clearly pretty good. What do you have to focus on as a coach to elicit that greater improvement? What do you sort of turn your attention to?
Yeah, it's a really hard question to answer. Well, the easy way to answer is just everything. Like, we've been, you know, pretty good in the contest, pretty good in the clearance part of the game. I thought we got beaten in that area of the game today. We're really excited about what we have forward of the ball in our forward half, but we've still got a lot of work to do and just system there and getting our players to gel. It's certainly not for a second saying that, it's youth, because we rate Isaac Kako, Nate Caddy extremely highly. But it's just gelling with Peter Wright, Cole Langford. They haven't played much footy together. So I think that the forward half cohesion is pretty important. And in the back half, you know, we've worked really hard on that. And under a fair bit of pressure today, I thought they held up, you know, for the most part, really well.
Brad, how significant was Sam Durham's second quarter, because he seemed to go to Nick Dacos a little closer, and Nick didn't have a significant second quarter, but he also seemed to spark you offensively as well.
Yeah, Durham had the match up with Dacos for most of the day, even though, you know, the way we were trying to pretty much do what we did last year in round 17 with, you know, limit the damage, but Nick's added another element to his game, which is centre bounce work, which is you know, it's pretty hard to stop in there when you're 4-on-4 and 50 metres of space. But, you know, Durham, clearly Dacos, if he's not the best player in the comp, he's, you know, in the conversation with a couple of others. You know, we rate Durham pretty highly too. You know, I thought he showed, certainly in patches, but for most of the game, his capability.
Are you concerned that Nick Davis was winning a lot of the ball forward of centre? It seemed to be in a lot of space in that first quarter. Did you make any adjustments to correct that?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the challenge. I mean, I think every team with him, you can mitigate that, but then you give something else up. So, you know, we really wanted to take it up to Collingwood in the contest and in the stoppage game, and so, you know, we prioritised that. And, you know, when we weren't winning that made it a bit of a challenge. But I thought he's an explosive player who comes out the front of the contest. That was a focus for us to stop that. But again, you can train it, you can review it, you can watch vision. It doesn't mean you can execute it. So our execution wasn't up to the level that we planned.
Can I just ask you one more on Nick Dacos? Is his single greatest quality perhaps his anticipation? He just always seems to be like half a step ahead of everyone else at the stoppages.
Oh, yeah. The superlatives there aren't enough of them, but I just wouldn't underestimate the role that Sidebottom and Pendlebury play around that. You know, it's like they work and set things up extremely well for
You're a part for him.
100%. Yeah. And I thought both of them did that really well as influencing the play, ball in hand as well. So I thought, yeah, we're under pressure given, you know, their midfielders all played pretty well.
Just on that goals issue again, the phones going down. I mean, will the club write anything to the MCC or the AFL to please explain? It seems a bit crazy that, you know, something important like that gets taken away.
Yeah, it's a bit. If we did, you know, we issue our own please explain, and we get sorry, someone left a cable out in the rain. Like, okay, don't do it again.
Can you find them?
Sorry?
Can you find them?
Oh, be nice. Soft cap relief may be wrong. I mean, I wouldn't make too much of a deal of it personally. I mean, we it sounded like it was both teams. Yeah, certainly no excuses, that's for sure.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Good listening there from Brad Scott. He had a couple of looks that you know only too well.
Yeah, I do that little quiver in the top lip when it's a stupid question getting asked. I don't ask it.
That's what he wants to say. This bites his tongue away.
Yes, yeah. Some of those, look, the media, the box thing, obviously it's a non-issue as far as Brad wants, but a couple of the journos want him to write an article for him. So it's a non-issue.
All right, we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Gerard Waitley and John Ralph's going to join Brownie and Bucks. Geordie, we're off into the night on the other side.
What's it called? The bull ring?
No, we're going to go and watch some laps before we go home. Craig McRae will get his press conference as well. As we go to the break, Super Netball's back. The Suncorp Super Netball tomorrow from 4:30.
All right, while they're on a break, hopefully we get to Craig McRae's press conference, the Collingwood coach. That'll be interesting to hear from him. We'll see if we can get that far, folks. Let's just go back and have a little bit of a look at the team stats for today. And of course, it was the Magpies by 28 overall disposal count. So not a great deal in this wet weather. Just the 6 kicks, 22 handballs there. Looking at inside 50s, Collingwood certainly had the better of that today. 59 against 43. You just go down and have a look at the scoring shots. Of course, the Magpies, 59 inside 50s for 27 scoring shots. And the Bombers, inside 50, 43 times for their 16 scoring shots. So definitely getting quite a few more scoring shots there were the Magpies. So they were plus 16 there. in the inside 50s. Disposal efficiency, pretty good. Anything above 70% would be pretty good in this day. As I said, it was a rainy, drizzly day for most of the game there. And of course, even when the rain held off a little bit, the ball was still, you could see in the players' hands, very slippery and at times hard to control, especially with the yellow football out there. Efficiency inside 50, probably not too bad there for both teams. 52-46 going on what the weather was sort of like there today. Free kicks, though, the Bombers got the best of that today. Of course, the umpires, as I said, in these big matches, they tend to put the whistle away, which is fantastic to see. Let the game flow. 14-19. The Bombers were +5 in that situation with the free kicks. The hit-outs, well, it was the Bombers in the hit-outs by 11. And, of course, the clearances, the Magpies won all three departments in that. They won the clearances by, 13. They won the centre clearances by 3. And of course, they won the stoppage clearances by 10. Only 3 the centre clearances, so both mids doing their role in there today. So it was pretty good. Contested possession, pretty even. It was a contested game, 136-131. Magpies +5, +36 in the uncontested, especially when they had a fair bit of that control in the game. Turnovers were out of the day, and of course, folks, that is due to the pressure of the game and, of course, the wet weather and slippery skew-if balls just getting turned over. And, of course, the marks, the Pies by 16. Marks inside 50, though, the Pies did certainly a fair bit better in that department. 16-8, so it's good to see the Pies doing well there. Above the season average of 12, and, of course, the Bombers just under the season average of 10. Of course, the Magpies did find it a little bit easy going inside 50. They just seemed to create a little bit more space throughout the game, except for when the Bombers in that third term certainly got that run on. Contested marks, though, the Bombers were a little bit stronger in the air in that marking department. 15-8, +7 there. The tackles, you'd expect tackle count to be reasonably high in a game like this, as Josh Dacos was saying earlier. The atmosphere, the feeling, the pressure, the atmosphere, exactly the game. It was just like a grand final atmosphere, like he was saying. 62-49, Pies a little bit stronger in that department. 13 tackles inside 50, 11-5. Bombers need to lift their pressure of their inside 50 tackles, that is for sure. Let's just swing over and have a little bit of a look at the ladder. Let me load this up and see if this ladder is updated. It's now updated, and of course we go to the ladder. Hopefully Craig McRae will be back very shortly, and we'll try to get a little bit of his press conference there coming in, the Collingwood coach. While we do that, though, we have a look at the ladder. And, of course, Collingwood sits on top of the ladder. They're a game clear. That's right, they are a game clear and percentage. Played 7 now, 6 wins, 1 loss. They've won their past 6 games in a row, had the Magpies sitting a game clear. Great to see if you're a Magpies supporter. And, of course, second on the ladder is the Brisbane Lions. Now, if we go down and have a look where Essendon are, of course, Essendon dropped there. Through that percentage. Essendon dropped down to 12th on the ladder, still equal with 8th on 12 points, just a percentage now out. So the Bombers have played 6 so far this year, 3 wins, 3 losses. Don't forget, the Bombers still have a game in hand, as do the Gold Coast Suns with that game they couldn't play due to the cyclone up there in Queensland. So the Gold Coast and Essendon both have 1 game in hand they've still got to play compared to the rest of the competition. So that is that. And don't forget, folks, coming up a little bit later on at around 8 o'clock, in around an hour's time, we've got the second Anzac Day game. And, of course, that is Fremantle taking on Adelaide over there at Optus Stadium in Perth. So make sure you tune in for that. Don't forget, our polls definitely got it right. 70% voted for Collingwood today. Well done, everybody. All right, the coach is back. Let's head down to Craig McRae in his press conference with still side bottom man of the match and the Collingwood coach, Craig McRae.
Right now, and training really well. Put a lot of time into his fundamentals, as I said previously, and he's playing really good footy right now.
Steele, how many, you've played how many of these games?
12 or 13, I think. Yeah.
What percentage of them have you played pretty well, do you reckon?
Don't know. I'm going to say 75, maybe.
I mean, I was thinking of myself, the sense of the big occasion, you must really pride yourself on that.
Well, yeah, I think everyone does, but I'd like to think that I don't attack it any different than I do to a normal game. Clearly there's a lot more focus on it, and everyone wants to perform on the big stage, but yeah, I think it all starts before I get here. Fly talked about, training hard and things like that. I think that's where, I prepare and set myself up to be able to perform.
Do you feel like you and Pendles are sort of egging each other on to keep going?
Not really, but it's I mean, I know no different. He's been there since I've been there. I guess while we're still performing, it makes the job hard of younger guys, I suppose, trying to take our spot as well. At the end of the day, we're not going to be there forever, and someone is going to take my spot at some stage. But while I've still got it, I'll keep doing my best.
Right, how pleasing was the response in that third quarter after Essendon hit front?
Yeah, we just mentioned it inside. Like the Bombers showed a lot of grit, and in front of 92,000. And thanks for all that Magpie Army for turning up again. Huge noise when we needed it. Bombers showed some real grit, and there was a loss of territory. The game when it was pouring out rain becomes a different game. Like, you can't transition, so you've got to get territory, and teams had it and lost it. But I just said after the game that I don't reckon this group that I've been part of, it's a new group, but those games probably end up being maybe a 1-goal win in the past, and maybe hang on for a little bit more than that potentially. But we're showing we've got some gears at the moment, which is exciting.
Do you feel like you're playing a similar, not just to a similar level, but a similar style to 2023?
No, we've evolved. You have to evolve. The game changes. I can't tell you all of that. The opposition will know. No, there's subtleties. I think everybody wants to put good pressure on and get territory and set up behind it. That's what everyone's trying to do. No, we've changed personnel, we've changed system. I think we're defending the ground differently than what we once did. I showed during the week actually the growth between what we were this time last year against the Bombers in terms of and how we defend the ground now, and there's significant changes. So we want to reward that behaviour, and like I said, we're growing.
And have those changes been in response to the rest of the competition, or is that you sort of trying to get ahead of the competition?
I think it's a natural evolution of every team, has to keep growing. You can't be what you were. You can't hang on to the past, you can use it, but this is a new version. This is just live in the moment, be present to it, and we're a different team.
Jamie Elliott always seems to thrive on Anzacday games. The hanger last year, 5 goals this afternoon, pretty special.
Yeah, again, it's just guys just playing that role, and some days it comes in your area, sometimes it doesn't. We've got a system that we think we can kick X amount of goals. I think most weeks we've had 10, 11 goal scorers, so we don't rely heavily. I can't remember the last time someone kicked 5, to be honest. It just hasn't been our way. But pleasing for Jamie to back it up after last week. A lot of emotion in last week for Jamie, her family up there, and get back to work and then go and do it again is really pleasing. We're happy for him.
Still, what was it like having Nick as captain? He's 10 and a bit years younger than you are as captain.
It was great, and it's great for Nick to get some exposure there, but I get a first-class seat watching him every week, and I think he leads in his own right there. The way he prepares, the way he goes out there and plays. It's inspiring at times. Guys want to jump on the back of him because he's such a good player, and he lifts our team when we need it. And I think it was great for him to get a little bit of a taste of it today. I'm sure one day he probably will be captain of the footy club. It's nice that to see him sort of step up and lead the group.
Can I just ask you about him? Brad Scott was really singing his praises before. If you could isolate one quality about him purely as a footballer, I've asked him about his anticipation. He just seems to most often be half a step ahead of everyone else at the stoppages. What do you think?
I think you're spot on. I think the good players, it is so small, but the reaction time of guys just to You know, whether it be one step, whatever, just to read the ball and get there before their opponent. That first sort of 5 or 6 steps, Nick's as fast as anyone, and often when he gets one possession, he links up and gets 2 or 3, and I guess that's a sign of, you know, how quick he is around the stoppage.
Still an Anzac Day medal. Where is it?
It's tucked away there. Yeah, I'll get it when I get home tonight. Team win tonight, so I'll enjoy it. But yeah, it's not on me now.
Brent, we heard that comms went down between the box and the bench. I know you coach from the bench, but how did that affect you in that third quarter?
I just said be calm. Like again, when you get a group that's sort of performing, you got to get out of the way sometimes. I know the great Lee Matthews taught me that way back. There's a big snowball, he used to call it, you know, going down the hill, and it just gets bigger and more momentum. Well, get out of the way of it. So, you know, I've certainly been trusting these guys. They know what to do in the moments, and so quite often when that happened, I said, just relax, we're okay. You know, we got this. Let the players be, and you know, we give them the keys. They drive the car really well at the moment.
I feel like their experience was the difference. That was part of the impression Brad gave. You've got so many experienced players that still have been there, done that, know these scenarios.
Yeah, it's nice to speak of experience as a good thing, and you know, certainly it helps. You know, a lot of those guys, Pendle's 18th Anzac Day. You know, like that's got to help somewhere, doesn't it? You know, so. But we had 6 that hadn't played, so it's all good new experiences, and we're looking for, you know, more shared experiences. We're on a journey here, and those guys are still playing their role. Yeah.
You noted the irony of the fact that if you lose, you're too old, and if you win, it's because you're experienced.
Well, I know how it works. Yeah, and we keep. The pleasing part is what Steele said. I know you come to training under, you see this. These guys train unbelievable, so you set yourself up to get today with confidence, because you've got belief in the way we've prepared. And, you know, then you just got to go out, and every game's uncertain. You know, the Bombers are hard to beat at the moment, like the version of that today was in particular, in tough conditions where you can't transition the ball, so you have to win a different way. And we went in the game thinking they might be high transition and high uncontested marks. They can't do that in the wet, so then again you've got to evolve and find ways to win.
Do you have an update on damage today?
Dan's got a MCL of some degree. Now, we don't know until you get it scanned. I'll give you some context how we did that play the next week, and they could be out for 4 to 6 weeks. We don't know, so we'll know more tomorrow. Yeah, I don't want to crystal ball. I don't want to guess.
I know no knee injury is good, but was there sort of, I guess, a sense of relief because it's the same knee that he'd obviously done the ACL and internationally?
Yeah, we're hoping it's on the minor side. That's what we're getting told at the moment. So again, we'll know more in the coming days.
Just a question of how you feel the game's going. Sam Mitchell said a few weeks back after Hawthorn they won, but he said that they weren't playing in the manner that was going to get the job done later in the season. Do you feel like the game at the moment you've got it in good order?
I think what you'll see is whatever you see now, it has to be better. It just has to. Because the game just changes. You know, you go back 12 months in Sydney, you would dominate the competition, and the game changes. Because they find ways to beat you. The same has happened. You go back 12 months for us. You've got to keep evolving. There is certain parts of the game you need to be good at. You've got to win contests. We won it today. Ideally, you win inside 50s. We won that by, I think, 16. So you've got to get territory, and then you've got to be able to put pressure on when you don't have it and stop the opposition from scoring. There's a lot in that, but that's pretty common
practice. Is
practice.
it always better or just different?
I think you've got to keep growing, mate. You've got to keep growing.
So
and it's always
the game overall better now than it was in 2023?
The spectacle of the game. I'm enjoying watching. I don't really watch every game. I'm footy nutty. Can we hurry up? I want to go and watch the Fremantle game. I think the game's in good shape. Yeah, I'd like to think we're going to play exciting brand of footy. Today we kicked 100 points in the wet. That's hard to do. So we'll keep trying to be exciting for our fans.
How's Darcy?
Yeah, Darcy's. My last report was he's improving. I'm still getting some vertigo signs, and he's on antibiotics, and it's a day-to-day at the moment. I think he's improving. Still not enough to train, though, so hopefully that improves over the next couple of days.
Great, thanks everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Collingwood in victory. Don't worry, we'll have the Fremantle game for you soon enough. They've changed the conversation around experience, Brownie, and now the coach is just going to stay out of the way.
Yeah, stay out of the way, exactly right. And when you're running a hot hand at the moment, if they can stay healthy, while bringing some guys in, like Ned Long, we obviously found some depth players. Well, he's gone past the depth player, but that was really important. That was the question mark coming into the season, so all bodes well at the moment.
Still signed by them. Anzac medals 9 years apart, so that's a glorious achievement.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, so like Jordan DeGoey, he played a cameo role. Yeah. Ned Long was excellent through the midfield, but their experience are definitely standing up around the Dacos boys. They've got a few weapons to go to, and that makes that when you put them in an organised system, that's pretty hard to beat.
John Ralph, welcome back in. What did you learn down in the rooms?
So I've hunted out the source of the power outage, even if we're not exactly sure what happened in the third quarter. So MCC boss Stuart Fox says that a technician plugged a power board into a power point that was exposed to the rain. It shouldn't have been there. It shorted the system, so they had the sparkies down there trying to work it out for most of that third quarter. And so, again, it's not ideal when two sides are so different in terms of experience. You saw one coach's reaction there, never felt so helpless. The other one said, just get out of their way. The only thing that did not happen that would have been regrettable is, of course, the AFL's ARC concussion spotters. So often they rely on the clubs and their medicos having a look at incidents. If a player needs an HIA, they sometimes can demand a player needs an HIA. So as it was, Craig McRae down on the ground, he was happy. Essendon not so happy, but these things happen in the rain. It's not ideal, but we march ahead. It probably wasn't the difference in the game.
All made that mistake at home, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Did you ring, sweetheart? Oh, no, that's right. Missed your call.
Yes, public holiday. Perfect, isn't it? What do you know on the injury front, Ralphie?
It's fantastic news for Dan McStay. I think all of us looked at that incident, looked at the mechanism, looked at the fact that his knee just buckled on him without any contact. So the history there, of course, the medial ligament in the right knee in the 2023 prelim, missed the flag, came back and did the left ACL, a lightning return, and then that left knee again. But yeah, speaking to Collingwood's Charlie Gardner, and again, you heard from the coach there, even if that's a high-grade medial ligament, that would be 6 weeks. Mason Cox is on the sidelines. That'd be great news. So Lockie Schultz will be ready for Geelong in 8 days' time. Just the one to look for is Jordan DeGoey. Got some treatment on the bench there. So again, they've got a longer break, and then they've got 5 days in travel leading into Freo. So he trained as well as he has this week. But I think the club will certainly give him those 5-day breaks to manage him. They'll just get him through to the rest of the year.
And Harry Jones seems okay with the rolled ankle.
Yeah, that's fantastic news for him. So a 6-day break against North Melbourne. The really positive news, well, this is the incident here. Rolled his ankle, could have come back on. They needed to make the sub, and so that's the decision they made. The positive is Nick Cox as well. So he'll play some VFL time next week. You remember that in December, he, almost the last training session of the year, had a concussion. He just didn't get himself right for that one. So finally worked his way back, a little calf tweak. So the fact that we've seen so many of these concussions go the wrong way, he's going really well, as is Brandon Starcevich, and we wish both of those well in their returns to VFL and AFL action.
We'll delve a little deeper into round 7 in a few moments' time, and then we're bound for Perth, the Len Hall tribute match, a real feature of Fremantle's season. Adelaide have made the trip. They're in good form. How will they handle the Western fronts as they are up tonight? Fremantle and Adelaide coming up in a few minutes' time, right here on Fox Footy.
All right, folks, there we go. That is game, set, match. You've heard both from the coaches. We've listened to the game. Fantastic Anzac Day game clash here again at the MCG here. Whew. It was the Magpies by 41 points. All right, folks, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget the next game comes up in just under an hour. And, of course, that is the second Anzac Day game of the day. That is Fremantle taking on the Adelaide Crows over there in Perth. 8:10 Melbourne time, that kicks off. Until then, ciao for now. We'll see you the next game.